It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
Ha, that makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems. That things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, everybody. This is the Political Matrix. I am one of the half of the Political Matrix, your host, Young Marcus Cage, here with the lovely
Voodoo in Nature. Hey, y'all.
Hey. So glad to be with y'all. Whew. Man, it is so much stuff that I've ran across that I have logged in that I want to talk about. So I just say bear with us as we kind of weave and go back and forth through this. Just some of the stories I have in mind that we're definitely going to talk about. And trust, just because I'm giving you guys the intro to it, don't mean Till don't have a whole lot to say on these topics also. So we will definitely get into them. I want to talk about the World Cup fan reaction. I've seen so many videos. I've been bombarded with these. And granted, part of it is my fault because whatever you feed the algorithm, you will get in return. There's a channel that I watch, and shout out to Lewis Reacts. Lewis Reacts is a British gentleman who he covers a lot of just America content in general. And so I watch his content, and with the World Cup being, in the United States, partially in the United States, it's in Canada and in Mexico also. But there's just so many European videos about, them trying the food and different things like that. And I just want to get in and we're going to I want to talk about all of that. And also, Teal definitely got some thoughts on the tournament itself. So that's one of the topics that we'll get into. What was that, Teal?
Them going to Walmart. Really?
Yeah.
Going to Walmart, losing their fucking minds. Just think if they had Walmart 24 hours like we did. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's such a interesting topic to get into in total. So I'm like, I'm gonna save that one because there's just a lot of nuance that I want to go into with that topic that I feel has not gotten touched in many other videos.
Oh, can I interrupt real quick? Happy Father's Day.
Yes,
everybody, to all the fathers except for Carmelo Anthony's daddy, who's a piece of shit. But happy Father's Day. Oh, and Donald Trump's father. You could have put that in a rag. But nevertheless, happy Father's Day to all the good fathers, the ones that are showing up for their kids every day, making sure that they're doing all the things that they need to do and they are active in their lives. But if you were deadbeat, you don't see your kids, at least once a week, suck a dick.
Yeah, much appreciation of that. I second that too. Well, shout out to the fathers out there. The good fathers out there. Not everyone, not just because you knock some woman up. Shout out to the good fathers out there. And apologies to y'all for running a little bit late. Today is my mother's birthday, so
happy birthday, moms.
I had to make sure to talk to mom, and so I was running a little late and lost track of time. So apologies, everybody. Oh shoot, we got Kate. She's talking about I'm live from downtown Vancouver, just like 1K from the soccer stadium. So she's right there in the heart of it. When we get into that segment, Kate, I definitely want to hear your take on how it's going, because we've seen like I got people who I know who's in Mexico who's given some of the take on Mexico. I'm in one of the World Cup cities, LA, and my hometown, Kansas City, is a World Cup city also. So we're getting a lot of input on what's been going on in those areas. Says I can hear all the cheers from my condo. Wow, I'm sure that's probably crazy. I'm pretty sure the energy is probably even more different since I think Canadians actually care a whole lot more about soccer than Americans do. Thank you, Jackie. Um, so yeah, I definitely think that it's probably a different feel, but yesterday, not yesterday, but day before, we had Juneteenth. And I definitely want to talk about that just a little bit.
I got to meet fucking Dr. Umar, y'all.
Yes.
Extra Bulla, they did drink Boston Dry. I watched that too. They drunk them niggas under the table. But I got to meet Dr. Umar for Juneteenth, y'all.
Yeah, make sure. I gotta make sure to. I think I'll have to transfer that picture over, but I'll show y'all that picture of Teal's Juneteenth getting to meet Dr. Umar.
Y'all gotta know, I be having my side quest, y'all. So I met Dr. Umar this week. Next week I'm going to my Kanye concert.
I'm gonna tell you where you messed up though.
What?
You should have got him nailed down for you to get you a one-on-one interview with him.
Hey, don't worry about that because I told him I was gonna see him again on Nat Turner Day. And if I've told you, if y'all have watched the show or whatever, y'all would know that I grew up in a very small church, and my family owns that piece of land, and they lost that ownership. So I'm gonna actually try to I don't know, you know what I'm saying, get him a little 2-finger sniff or something to try to get that church back because it's on the same street that they did Nat Turner dirty on.
When is that?
Nat Turner Day is in November. I want to say it's November 16th. I think that's his insurrection day is November 16th. So I told him, I whispered in his ear, I was like, I'm gonna see you again on Nat Turner Day because he told me he signed my Marcus Garvey book and he was like, what's your name? And I was like, my name is Teal. He was like, I think you're the first woman I've ever. No, he said, I think you're the first Black queen I've ever heard named Teal. And so he wrote in my book, Dear Empress Teal, thank you for coming, Dr. Umar, whatever. So when he gave me my book back or whatever, he was like, let's take our pick. And I whispered in his ear and I said, I'm going to see you again on Nat Turner Day. And he said, you will? I said, yes. So that is going to be my end so that we can get this one-on-one interview with Pan-African Dr. Umar because, baby, I got to meet Dr. Umar. I ain't trying to hear nothing right now. Y'all know me. All I need to do is get Rizzo. Let me meet Reed. Marcus knows, you know how I feel about Reza.
Because yeah, that's I gotta look at that. I'm playing that out because I don't know. It's been swirling in the back of my head, getting out there for around election time, but I don't know.
I gotta check. Let me see if I can find his schedule and see what that Turner Day is because it's gonna be Insurrection Day. So.
I'm just putting that out. I don't know. Stuff's always floating through my mind. Whether I'm gonna get it accomplished or not is a whole different story. But I know in my heart of hearts, I would love to be out there. Nat Turner Insurrection Day, amazing. But and if I was able to tie that around election time, hopefully these flights and stuff get a little cheaper. I don't know. That could be definitely a reason to make a trip out that way.
Man, that shit got me tight because getting a flight right now is crazy. Thanks to them getting rid of fucking Spirit.
Do you know how expensive it? Because on Saturn News, one of my uncles passed a week before last, and so I was looking at tickets to go back for his funeral because his funeral was yesterday. It was going to cost me because keep in mind, LA is a World Cup city. Kansas City is a World Cup city. Combining Father's Day, Juneteenth, and it's during the summer vacation. I was looking at anywhere from about 1,100, 1,200 round trip. For those who don't know, for context, if I was normally trying to buy a plane ticket to Kansas City short notice, or take over the weekends and stuff, I would have probably been looking at somewhere around 500, 600.
That's crazy.
This is easily double 1,200. That was what I would have been looking at. Oh, sorry. No. 1,200 is just one way. That's the first half of it. The second half of it would have been like an extra 1,000. So I would have been looking at easily over $2,000, whereas I would have been normally looking at around $600. So it just wasn't feasible to be able to make that kind of a move to travel out of town for basically a long weekend. Um. Oh yeah. What else? Man, there's so much stuff that has been going on news wise. It's kind of amazing when Trump is not sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and you're able to like get through that and get to all the different news stories that are going on. It's kind of a little overwhelming, and I mean, it's welcomed definitely from somebody who follows the news and covers the news and stuff like that to be able to get back to actual real stuff. But wow, so much stuff is going on right now that I want to get y'all onto. So I won't take too much time. Actually, let me go on ahead and do a roll call. Shout out everybody first before we get going. Let's see a lot of our friends in there. Jackie's in the building, of course. Of course, the missus, Brew Bones is in the house. We got Uncle Warren is in the building. I see Chamonique is here also. Hamza's in the building, nice and early. We got Kate is in the building also. Good to see you. Game.film is here. What's up, my brother? And then I'm pretty sure that we'll have others who are popping in and out as we get going, but trying to figure the first place where I want to start on this kind of start us in with a lighter story. Have you guys seen what's going on with DC and the reflecting pool with Trump? Have you guys seen what's going on? I'm just a little curious.
Hey, they killing the goddamn, they killing the animals, bro.
So let me pause that real quick.
They killing the animals.
So
they're killing the cats. They're killing the dogs. Ain't that what Trump said before? They're killing the animals. Don ain't fixing this shit. That's the crazy part. Don can't even fix this shit. Ducklings all floating at the top, just bubbling. This shit is crazy.
So here's a story right now. We got a three-time Olympian who right now is facing charges for touching it. They're trying to hit him on vandalism charges, and Trump is like really ticked off about this
because they don't want to blame who did it. They're like, oh, he did it. This shit been fucked up before he even rubbed his fingers in it.
But yeah, check this out, y'all.
An Olympian has been arrested for allegedly touching the bottom of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. He denies the charge. Now, President Trump is saying that iconic pool may have to be drained again amid problems that have plagued it since an expensive renovation. NBC's Gary Grumbach is at the White House with more. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, Willie. President Trump this morning threatening years in jail for anyone who vandalizes the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool here in Washington. The warning comes after pieces of bottom of the newly repainted reflecting pool began peeling in recent days, while workers were cleaning up algae blooms that had developed using vacuums and hydrogen peroxide. On Friday, U.S. Park Police arrested Olympic canoeist David Hearn, charging him with destruction of government property after he reached into the water to touch a piece of the peeling paint. In an interview with NBC News, Hearn denied doing any damage to the pool and said he just wanted to see what it felt like. I was down at the reflecting pool on Friday and saw firsthand the peeling paint in multiple locations along the 2,000-foot pool. Trump ordered the pool painted American flag blue in April, and workers have spent weeks renovating the monument. So far, more than $16 million in government contracts have been awarded to companies working on the renovation. Overnight, President Trump posting on Truth Social that he met with the contractors to fix these issues and that they will likely need to drain the pool again to complete the repairs. Willie?
There's been a lot of talk about that no-bid contract, some reporting this week about who got it as well. Gary Grumbach at the White House for us. Gary, thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
So yes, that's what's going on there. And as Till said, it is killing the animals.
They're killing the dogs. They're killing the cats.
I mean, this is crazy. I don't even know why he decided to take on this and leave this. He should have just left this shit alone.
Was it bothering anything? Was it bothering anybody?
Nope.
Okay, so can we just go back to my number one rule about white people? They're always minding the business that don't pay them. Right? Y'all know I say that every time. I at least say it once a month. I at least say it once every 4 shows. White people never can mind the business that pay them. And here we are, minding business that don't pay you, Trump. And why did you have to go touch Lincoln? Why? Was it bothering you? And he didn't even make it like a cool color. He ain't make it like pink. You know what I'm saying? He didn't make it like fire engine red. You know what I'm saying? He didn't make it America blue. He fucked it up. And that was overgrown with algae. The bottom is peeling off. What kind of
see the problem that he did, Till, is he just thought that he can just have them go and paint over it. Okay. You have an infestation of algae that's already through there. You have to fix the algae first before you can just paint over it.
Hey, and this is gonna sound real fucked up, but I mean this with the utmost respect to my brown people, okay? That's why we got to keep them niggas here. See, Trump, this is why you can't be out here just booting everybody out the country. Because obviously, Harry and Billy Joel and them don't know how to fucking get the reflecting pool right. You needed to get Jose Miguel and the rest of the crew out this bitch and get the shit right. That's who been taking care of it the whole time. But no, you want to go out deporting people. Now the reflecting pool looking crazy because y'all want to put a Band-Aid over a problem.
See, that's the thing. Another thing is, you can't decide that you want a ball on a budget. And that's the problem with like the American mentality. A lot of these people.
But why are we balling on a budget? We just gave the apple juice people a shit ton of money. Why are we balling on a fucking budget if that's
what I'm saying? When it comes to American infrastructure, when it comes to doing anything in America, you don't want to spend money on it.
But who are we asking to do it though? We're asking
what I'm saying is
himself to do it. That motherfucker don't even pay his bills after the building is built.
I'm saying the amount of money that it takes to keep that reflecting pool up to the level it was back during, the 60s, that is expensive. And you got to decide, okay, it's worth it for us to keep it up to that level. Now, if you can't decide for some cheap fix of let's just clean out the algae that's there and just paint over it. Because the thing was full of algae already. That's why they ain't been messing with it for many years. But they decided, you know what? Hey, we want to come in here and fix this thing, but we want to do a cheap fix. We're not going to actually fix the problem. If you really wanted to fix the problem, another thing you'd have to do is you'd have to re-cement a lot of parts of that reflecting pool because of the cracks that are under there. And when you get them deep cracks, and water is seeping down into those cracks. It's growing things underneath. So stuff is growing all the way through that. Things that don't need light. Algae is one of those things that can grow and doesn't need sunlight. And so as all of that keeps growing through, all it's doing is just bubbling under the surface of that paint. And that's why you have it flapping up like a tarp. You could tell that they use thick layers of paint. That wasn't enough. It didn't kill oxygen off to it. It didn't kill sunlight. It didn't stop anything. All you did was prolong a problem. That's like saying, you got cancer, but you're going to still keep using home remedies to kind of stave off the symptoms of it. You didn't get rid of the problem. It's still there. And in order for them to get rid of this algae problem, they're going to have to massively invest. And it's going to be a draining project. But hey, that's what they want to do. But I just figure we'll ease in on this first story. And I just wanted to bring it up because he's getting to the point where now he's trying to arrest people and then blame it on others. What the hell's going on? While we're still talking about Trump right now, I figure I'll hop us on to the next story. Bear with me, my autoplay keeps trying to jump ahead.
The Strait of Hormuz is reportedly closed down again tonight. Iran shut it.
Right, that thing got a little bit ahead of itself. Let me turn this autoplay off so it will behave. So let me share this on the screen. That's funny, right? Yeah. Drain the swamp. Yeah, Josh Hockett. Yeah, he's getting sued. I don't blame him for getting sued, Hamza, honestly. But when you're on that level, you can't engage in the kind of stuff that people just talk about online. That kind of stuff's not funny when you're on that level. you can get yourself sued and worlds of trouble, which he's getting himself in worlds of trouble right now. I just feel like, you know what? Talk that kind of trash when you're with your buddies drinking beer. Don't do that on that level. And especially since the whole UFC thing was looked at as extremely partisan. It was looked at as kind of more of a right-wing love fest and kind of like a, you know, F decorum kind of situation. I just felt like why take it that extra level by even bringing that up? Just let that go, man. Let it go.
Why not? This is my time to shine. I have the education of a third grader, and I have the outburst level of a 2-year-old. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, just like you getting your W's. Trump is doing whatever the hell he wants to. Trump is tearing down half of the, tearing down the West Wing. He just, moving however the hell he wants to. Why push? Sometimes don't push too much. Take your wins. Is it sometimes I think people on the right, they go a little too far with that desire to always own the libs. It's like a sickness. It's like, dude, you're already owning the libs. You so own the libs right now. You don't have to keep going. But yeah, let's get into this one. Oh yeah, Dana White was pissed. Dana White's like, yeah, I have aligned myself with Trump, but at the same time, I'm still trying to do business with other people, and you messing up my money, homeboy. You messing up my money.
Messing up bad too.
Yeah, you know how many investors pulled out after that? That was just dumb.
Well, it's that, and wasn't his son about to do some side betting? Didn't they do some side
Dude,
betting?
there was so much stuff that Josh Hockett messed up with that one little line. One little line. And that's why I say, like, it blew me away when I was in Florida how many people rode around with political bumper stickers on their work vehicles. I'm like, are you idiotic? I can't tell you how many people I decided, nope, I don't want that contractor in my house. Now I'm switch to another company. You might still believe exactly the same as that other person, but you don't need to throw controversial beliefs in other people's face while you own the clock. It's just not smart business. But off my tantrum, I'll play this. I don't know how long this season. Let me just play the video first, and then I'll give you my thoughts on the other side.
The Strait of Hormuz is reportedly closed down again tonight. Iran shut it down after another Israeli attack on Lebanon, and that could be a deal breaker for peace between Iran and the U.S. Alex Hogan has more from Tel Aviv tonight.
Following President Trump's signing of the Memorandum of Understanding in the Palace of Versailles, the Iran peace deal remains shaky with reported attacks between Israel and Hezbollah. Israel says Hezbollah struck IDF soldiers overnight, and Israeli attacks on Lebanon since Wednesday have killed dozens. Iranian officials say this is a complete breach of the deal.
Clause 1 of the memorandum is the most important part of the reciprocal commitments. It requires an end to the war on all fronts. We have seen that they have failed to fulfill their obligations, and this constitutes a clear violation of the ceasefire memorandum.
Iran says it closed the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday because of Israel's attacks, although a senior U.S. defense official tells Fox the IRGC can't close the waterway since they don't control it. Vice President J.D. Vance pointed to progress in the Strait of Hormuz since the memorandum was signed.
We got 16 million barrels out of the Strait of Hormuz in just the last 24 hours. That is basically to where it was before the war even started.
Despite the back and forth, Friday's scheduled talks in Switzerland have been postponed to Sunday. Vance says U.S. negotiators Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are already there.
I expect that I will leave sometime the next couple of days. My attitude is let's get on the ground and actually fix these problems.
Iran confirmed it will.
So yeah, that's that. I see Michael is in the chat also. What's up, Mike? Says oh, let me put the comments up there. Says I'm tired of, let me scroll back up. Let me star Hamza's comment there, so I remember to bring it up when we start talking World Cup again. But what's that? So it says Michael says, I'm so tired of this fake ass news about peace talks after all that happened. It's mind boggling to me. It's like, I don't see how this holds, because keep in mind, this is just a ceasefire talk. This is an actual peace deal. This is a ceasefire for this to give ceasefire for a couple more months to get to the point of a final peace deal. There's a lot of things that, a lot of assets and things that have to be transferred Iran's way first before anything happens.
I ain't piecing this shit till I get that bread in my account on everything I love. Iran better get that check cleared, and that bitch better not bounce. I need 3 to 5 business days after that bitch hit my account just to marinate a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
What you talking about? What you talking about?
And the crazy part about it is, it's mind-boggling to me how MAGA got over the fact of how Trump lost so badly. You basically now gave. See, this is why I have a hard time when people will say that this is this intentional destroying of America and implosion of America. Y'all voted, many of these people who believe that this thing is being imploded, many of them voted for Trump. So y'all voted for Trump thinking he was going to help stop the problem, when the person you voted for is contributing more to the problem. I don't know. Am I crazy, or y'all not hearing that? Like, y'all thought Trump was going to reverse the problem. Y'all voted for Trump for him to accelerate the problem. That's why I'm like, I don't think it's some kind of great villain up on the hill. I do think that great villain on the hill worries about a couple of different things, but they're not controlling the day-to-day, every little thing. And what they do is they allow people to rise to a position that they can manipulate them, or if they absolutely need to apply that pressure and give an absolute yes or an absolute no, then they step in on that. And I think they don't use that card. They use that card sparingly. They don't just, like puppet string them the whole, 4 years or 8 years that they're in there. I don't believe that. And I think what it is Trump is just not smart. I think this country is full of people who are at high levels of power, who are just not smart, that they're self-serving, they're self-dealing. And because they're so self-serving and so self-dealing, they're doing long-term destruction that they can't process, they can't see. And the very people who see the long-term destruction coming from the things that are happening right now continuously push and support the people who are doing the long-term destruction. Teal, do you hear what I'm saying there? I mean, do you hear my confusion?
Yes, because it's like watching your friend have a baby with the same nigga that they already had a baby with, and you like, baby, but he don't pay child support no fucking way. Because I'm bringing this into the Father's Day thing, but you like, but baby, he ain't never paid child support anyway, and he left you in the delivery room by yourself while he was out fucking with that other bitch. And then what you do? I know, girl. I know he ain't shit. But he said that he was gonna start paying child support this go around, and then you turn around and got pregnant by him again, and now you got 2 kids and no child support twice.
Right.
But he out here raising somebody else's kids.
Yes, he is.
That don't make no sense. He out here raising somebody else's kids. He actually raising his girlfriend kids that he was fucking on back when he was fucking with you. But now you got to go down to the food stamp office, but he just let them know that he ain't working no more, so you ain't gonna get no fucking help. That's what it sounds like to me.
Till, do you know how crazy that analogy you laid out, how fitting it is? I didn't even really peep it.
Happy Father's Day, y'all. Cause I watch it. I see it.
How many women out there go and mess with ain't shit men?
Come on.
After ain't shit man, after ain't shit man, after ain't shit man.
But then make it our problem.
And then run around and shoot down halfway decent dudes, and then say, well, you know what? They all just ain't shit. I'm watching people put people into power who ain't shit, who ain't doing shit, who only fucking up shit,
But
and
fuck the
then saying,
liberals.
you know what?
Fuck the liberals. Too.
They all full of shit.
What? Hashtag Bernie Sanders.
You put the ain't shit person in there. You gave the ain't shit person power. And then when the ain't shit person proved they ain't shit, then you're like, see, they all ain't shit.
Wait. But wait, baby, that's not the case. Just your choice of niggas is ain't shit. Like, it's not my fault your baby daddy so.
Woo.
Yeah. I see it all too well. I see it in 1080p.
Yeah. This is 4K right now.
Okay.
This is so mind-boggling. But yeah, I just wanted to put that because that followed with Trump. And you know what? While we talking about Trump, since Trump and people dealing with Trump can't stop talking about the opposition, even though they're in power right now, is they show to run. They still keep worrying about other people. We're gonna go and bring up, because this news happened recently. Now, I will, before I even put him on the screen, before I even put this on the screen, I will put out there first my disclaimer. Don't get me wrong, I do have a lot of problems, and I had a lot of problems with Obama. And I still do criticize the Obama administration. But do I think that Obama was a decent president overall? Yeah, I do think he was okay. Sorry, let me stop that. I still think when you compare what we're dealing with right now, I would take a third term Obama presidency any day. I would take damn near every president we've had before now over what the hell we're in right now.
I take W. You know how I feel. I'd take little slow train loving W any day. Okay.
That's true. That's true. It's a very low bar, but come on, what we dealing with right now, it gives me the only impression that things are only going to get worse. Like, we're going to get somebody that's even more corrupt. Well, I think it's impossible to get more corrupt. I just think, huh?
I don't think so.
I don't know. When you really go into the levels of how corrupt Trump is,
baby, are we go okay? Welch's. You know I'm getting with that. If it's anything like the Welch's department, baby, we in a world full of hurt.
Well, here's the thing, Michael. I don't think that they're voting for accelerationism. I think that they really think that they are improving the situation. If they were intentionally voting for accelerationism, then I wouldn't have the gripe that I have with them, because they would be like, "Yep, he tearing it down, he destroying it just like I thought he was going to do." No, I watch Trumpers, even the ones who have jumped off the bandwagon, and like, how did we not see what's happening? How did we not see this coming?
Oh my God,
the Tucker Carlsons.
Her fucking grocery bill. Oh my God, my groceries are so expensive.
They said the Tucker Carlsons and Megyn Kelly's, and go down the list of all the right-wing streamers who are out there who are just like so amazed and so shocked at what the hell is going on right now. Like, are y'all watching the same program that I'm watching? Like, this dude has been a criminal for a long time, and even before it was, before he was partisan, openly Democratic or Republican, like, there were many cases against this man that were nonpartisan cases.
Guy in Home Alone 2. Like, come on, dog. He never played a good guy. He did a cameo on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and he was still a pretentious white rich piece of shit.
Yeah.
That wasn't acting. They didn't have to coach that motherfucker.
He was a complete D-bag. And that's what he's always been. I mean, back to when he was trying to back to when he didn't want to lease to black people, back to when he didn't want to pay his Ukrainian and Russian workers. There's so many examples you can find where he was always screwing people over.
Speaking of Ukraine, we got to talk about that.
Oh, we will. Whoa. I got that in the docket. It's in the docket.
That shit blew me for a waking up to that shit. I said, "Oh,
yeah." I got a banana clip over here. I mean, we got plenty
Oh my God.
I got so many clips ready, primed up. The only thing is I just didn't have them already open, so it's just taking me a little while to hop over,
Time.
and open them.
We'll get to that. But yeah.
But here,
I would take anything. Honestly, I would take anybody. 2001. I'd take it, baby. I'll take Sleepy Joe falling asleep mid talk over this motherfucker right now.
yeah.
You feel me? I take Hunter, okay, because at least I know he a little bit better with money. Because you gotta have money. He won't out here just getting fronts from his crack dealer. You know what I'm saying? He was paying. So
yeah. But here's the Obama Presidential Center. I just wanted to put this out there because this is news. And I'm not going to show the other video because I got the other video where Obama he met with the first 100 people who went in there. But this one I'm sharing this video because for those who didn't get a look at what it looks like, this one actually shows some good drone footage showing what it kind of looks like and shows the inside a little, and it looks kind of neat. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if I get the chance to go to Chicago, anytime in the next couple of years, I definitely gonna put it on my list of places that I want to go and check out.
Yeah, same here. Like if I go back, I'm definitely gonna make this one of my stops. I've seen the Bean already, so like I checked off a good deal, but I definitely want to see this.
Yep.
On our Sunday morning, and we're taking a look at some of the pictures and videos that caught our eye this week. And I want to talk about the Obama Presidential Center opening. I covered it for several days, and I will just say that I was really, truly stunned by the campus. I hadn't really covered a lot of the initial construction of the campus. And so to see the 19-acre campus in person for the first time and get to explore it a little bit was just really cool. And I did feel sort of the unity of Chicago during the last few days. I think having the big party, well, yeah, these people were so excited. They came up, wanted to take some selfies. I was like, sure, of course, no problem. But you just kind of felt people's excitement on the South Side to have this new cultural institution. Obviously, everybody there was celebrating and dancing on John Lewis Plaza. So a lot to explore and enjoy in the years ahead with this new campus.
It is beautiful. And I mean, the fact that tickets are sold out through November.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I mean, it is the hottest ticket in town.
It sure
people absolutely want to go.
Yes, but I also love that most of the campus is free and open to the public because I think the museum, like you said, going to be a very hot ticket already is, but at least folks can still go and explore some of it before they actually get a ticket to the museum because you're going to have to wait for that.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. But it's just so amazing, and you were there so much. I mean, she practically camped out there.
I was. They were like, "All right, Jackie, it's time to get out of here."
Yeah, but it was great to see you covering that, and there was so much life, vitality. I would say that really was just such a great event.
Absolutely. What caught your eye, Carl?
Well, what caught my eye was actually what caught my ear. Let's take a listen. So I had the chance last weekend actually to go to the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. And so I am a musician. I play in orchestras, as a substitute violinist back home. And
yeah, I guess I didn't watch the rest of this video. I'm like, how did we get on Chicago Symphony? Chicago Symphony's cool and all. They're cool and all, but yeah, okay. Let's
so
no diss to y'all, but yeah.
I just want to throw out this part. Shout out to Obama for creating a building, paying the people that had to build it, okay, and not just slapping his name on somebody else's shit, to try to get the recognition that he doesn't even deserve, okay. No matter how you feel about him, cat, dog, or whatever, but that Flint water was a good one. I did want to throw that out there. I was gonna say that was a good one, but no matter how you feel about him, at least know he created this building. Everybody got paid. He ain't got no outstanding bills. You feel me? He didn't just slap his name on somebody else's shit.
Yep. 875 million private funded.
You feel me? So like at the end of the day, you can't get too mad. You know what I'm saying? Could that money be used for something else? Yeah, but we can also say the same for our commander in chief currently throwing our money at fucking Lord, I can't say that on this network.
If you do want to go to the Obama Presidential Library, you might want to book out way in advance. I heard that it's booked all the way until November.
Yeah. And most likely gonna have some shit happening in Christmas time because it's gonna be their first inaugural Christmas.
Oh, well, without a doubt.
So that's gonna be some fire shit. So just know it's gonna be hard to get.
And then while we in Chicago, on the other side of town, let me give you guys another story that's going on that's not quite as bright. And I wonder if any of these people who are traveling to the U.S. are seeing any of these types of stories, because I know there's all these different good things that are going on and fun experiences, but this is another part of America that is real. So let me put this on the screen. Yeah, sorry, the auto well, it wasn't autoplay, it just a little bit of a buffer difference between videos opening up and pausing. But let me share screen. I don't know. I'm pretty sure those who live in Chicago know about this is going on. I hate that this had to happen. I think this was on Friday night or Thursday night, going into Juneteenth or the night of Juneteenth. I couldn't ascertain exactly when, but we don't try to hide the good and the bad. I mean, we cover the good and the bad. So, here it is.
We're equal opportunists over here.
In and out of a number of businesses in this area, likely looking over surveillance video. Bullets from the shooting hitting this bus stop here on 95th Street. You can see shattered glass is still here on the ground. We counted 100 evidence markers near the scene, where Chicago police say just after 11 o'clock last night, 12 people were shot. The 13th victim had unknown injuries.
It was a red SUV driving eastbound on 95th. Fire shot.
Police say a red SUV pulled alongside a large crowd standing on 95th Street between Princeton and Wentworth Avenue. Two people inside the SUV fired into the crowd before driving off. Orion Meadows works as a violence prevention advocate.
As you can see, I'm dressed in my Juneteenth attire.
He says he was handing out flyers nearby when he heard the gunfire.
But it was just a lot of pop, 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 pop.
He says seeing a scene like this, especially on this holiday, is devastating.
That it does a disservice to the community and what Juneteenth is supposed to stand for.
We caught up with Mayor Brandon Johnson at a Juneteenth Day of Action event earlier today.
Last night was another reminder of how much work we still have to do to the lives who have been impacted by gun violence.
The shooting victims are between 17 and 47 years old. At last check, most of the victims are in good condition, except for the 17-year-old we're told is critical.
As a father, as a husband, as a brother, as a cousin, just as a resident, it is heartbreaking. It is difficult to even digest and consume. There are too many families who have experienced loss in this city.
Chicago police
are going to shut Shorty up in a bit.
This shooting and say so far no one is in custody. Reporting from the South Side, I'm Asal Razai, CBS News Chicago.
So yeah, I wanted to cover that because while on one side of town everybody is celebrating Obama's library, we got this going on the other side of town with Juneteenth. And crazy part about it is in this country, we don't know what the cause could be. This could have been stupid gang violence. This could have been somebody had a terrorist attack kind of mindset. This could have been a white supremacist deciding this is a perfect time to shoot up a bunch of black people. I mean, in America, the crazy part about it is until we don't really know what the cause of what this was. I mean, just all we know now is just that this is just more violence in a city that already has way too much violence. And for those streamers out there who love to attack the black community, on situations like this. Know that nobody in the black community condones this kind of violence. We don't condone this. So don't think, oh, because, oh, well, they listen to music that glorifies. We don't glorify. It's one thing what you say in a song. We do not glorify you actually going out and doing this stuff. This is horrendous. And also to put out there, about 90, like something like 98% of the black community doesn't engage in any of this kind of behavior. So just because this is a problem that happens within our community, this is not a reflection of what our community as a totality. So I just wanted to put that out there first. But Till?
Oh, you know, I already know how I feel about my black community. Like, you know, it could have just been hot outside, you know, shit happens. But like for it to be like, I just feel like if anything, we just can't. Can we just have Juneteenth not the day we start shooting niggas? Like that's all I'm saying. Can we have that one weekend? Like, I get that, you know, some people hide the sound of bullets underneath fireworks and stuff. I get that. I know, you know, not everybody thinks that well, but most of the time I've heard many times homies say, you know what I'm saying, they'll hide it underneath fireworks and stuff. So I get the time and a place, but like, bro, 4th of July around the corner, do it on their holiday. You feel me? Like, stop bringing static to ours. Go do it on their holiday. Like, let's just have this one weekend. I'm so serious though. Let me just have this one weekend, bro.
I'm with you.
Because if you know anything, you know this gonna be the time when niggas is outside, bro. We all outside because we trying to turn up. Because it's our holiday, bro. It's be great.
Till.
It's our holiday. What? Man, talk that shit. Because bro, because I know y'all seen how Trump just put a block on us getting our first round of reparations, but was just about to clear a $1.8 billion fucking fund for these cracker ass crackers to get their motherfucking check.
Remind me if I'm wrong, chat, or Till, if you know, wasn't this a reparations thing that was supposed to be in Chicago?
Man, I thought it was starting in Cali first.
Well, there have been initiatives, but the one that the Trump administration got involved in is one that is a plan that was starting in Chicago.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Is it?
I'm just saying, interesting coincidence.
No such thing.
That's the reason why I put out there. Don't get me wrong. I know that we do got a problem with violence in the community, where it very easily could have just been a couple of knuckleheads in our community who decided, man, this is time to roll up on the ops, because they thinking in that young, idiotic, that self-hatred mentality that is pervasive through the YN culture and through gang culture as a whole. I mean, honestly, if you still banging that Crips and Blood shit, you honestly just hate black people. That's how I see it at this point. And shout out to Antonio Talks for kind of bringing that up. Like, you are the ultimate raccoon, because you ride around looking for somebody wearing a different color that your same skin complexion. And you ready to put somebody in the dirt because they stepped on your shoes. But if a white person come in that same neighborhood, you don't come at them on the same energy. You got celebrities who are from, I don't know, New York, St. Louis, Florida, whatever, who come into like LA, and you like, they need to come check in with me. They need to pay a toll. Like, what? You don't own the whole entire city. What are you on? You don't do that to, Ryan Reynolds coming from Canada. Like,
well, and in the same fucking breath, if y'all got this much pull, why the fuck you ain't built the school yet, nigga?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Why you ain't using this energy to do anything positive?
I'll wait.
You just want to stand outside all day and look for enemies. Like, what?
One thing that really pisses me off when it comes to shit, like, for instance, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's like, you know me, I love my Dr. Umar and stuff like that. And everybody be the first thing out their motherfucking mouth was like, well, what about this school? What about this school he's supposed to open? Blah, blah, blah. Bitch, you open up a school and you tell me how easy it is. You open up a school in this country and you tell me how easy it is to open up a charter school. I'll wait. Okay, I will wait. Am I saying that he did everything correct? No. Do I know all of the ins and outs of the things that he's done? No. But I can tell you one thing: that man came to Virginia and did not have a Bentley. He didn't look like some of these mega church pastors that I've seen in my community. I will say that. He doesn't flaunt or bloat or boast his money like he does like some of these other rappers. So I'm just trying to understand how these rappers, these billionaire basketball players, these football players, these soccer players, these Olympians, these singers, these artists, all these other motherfuckers, how come they have not built a school yet?
And to what Michael was saying, I will respond also. I guess the reason why there's not a lot of push and pull expectation wise for anything more is because Juneteenth honestly was a unofficial holiday for Black people long before it became an official holiday. Many Black people, many Black people, which I was meaning to wear my other shirt that said, free-ish since 1865, but I guess it must be dirty or not in the wash. I couldn't find it. Anyway, I wanted to wear that one specifically for this reason. We have kind of celebrated this thing and never even thought it would get to the point of a national holiday. The only reason why it did become a holiday is because of this was Joe Biden given a half measure.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay. This was Joe Biden trying to say, look what I've given you. Now shut up. Without giving us any actual thing. You gave us something that we kind of basically already had. I mean, hell, and just because you made it official holiday, there's plenty of jobs who still don't give it off. I took the day off. But there's still a lot of jobs who don't give it off. I mean, we actually had it off one year and then they decided, we're going to take that day off away and we're going to make it like President's Day or some other crap. They decided to make something else a holiday, Labor Day or Memorial Day or something like that. I think it was like Labor Day that they decided to take off instead. So I don't know why they couldn't decide to have more than one, why they couldn't have added an extra holiday on the schedule. I don't know. But there's a lot of people who are not getting Juneteenth off anyway. And so this was just kind of something that Joe Biden could sell that was easy to say, oh, look what I gave you guys. But like the first Juneteenth was kind of weird to me because I was used to celebrating Juneteenth and it was only the people who were celebrating Juneteenth knew about Juneteenth. The people who were celebrating it also like respected the holiday and valued the holiday. It wasn't a political football. The moment that it became a federal thing, then all of a sudden you had all these racist conservatives shitting on the day and turned it into something that was a divisive issue, which it wasn't before. Growing up in Kansas City, I remember plenty of Juneteenth celebrations that had people of all different colors, races, different creeds who were coming out celebrating it and understood the purpose of it. The city, Kansas City, celebrated as a whole, and it didn't have the Charlie Kirks and all these other people like crapping all over it then. They didn't even know about it. But as far as reparations, and I'll just be 100% honest. If we get reparations, if reparations happen, I myself, that'll probably be the most shocked of anything that I can think of. I look at, in order for reparations to happen in this country, we would need for a majority of people to decide that, you know what, reparations is the right move. And looking at the direction this country's moving in, and even that reparations initiative in Chicago that the Trump administration hopped in to try to fight against, the people who are leading the opposition against it is an Indian woman who's a child of an immigrant and a Jewish person who the irony of that, like, your people got reparations and plenty are still getting reparations, and you're trying to stop us from getting reparations in a country which did a harm to us. But yet America has done so much to help you guys get reparations and from Germany, and that happened in Germany. America should not, that America shouldn't even be involved in that. That's y'all business over there. And for America to fight so hard for Jewish people to get reparations, but yet to see Jewish people get involved in measures to stop us from getting reparations in a country which wronged us, it's so aggravating. And for any person who was an immigrant to this country to come over here and to lead an opposition to stop, wait a minute, what the stuff like that makes me understand. It makes me sympathize with FBAs when they start getting this screw all immigrants kind of mentality. Because what happens is you are going through a refugee issue, you're going through, poverty, whatever. You come over to this country to get a better life, just to get over here. And then once you become a citizen or your child becomes a citizen, for your child or your child's child to start shitting on us. And so I understand the feeling which a lot of FBAs will start feeling like, man, I don't care what them immigrants got going on. They don't even need to come over here because they're just going to come over here and jump on the white man's side against us. So I don't know if I went on a tangent, apologies for that. Chamonix, LeBron James school, it's a little bit different situation. LeBron James is a billionaire, so he's not going to have any trouble getting his school off the ground. Plus, Dr. Umar's school is going to be a little bit more tainted because his school is working towards a Black first curriculum and very anti-colonial, very anti-mainstream education in America, whereas LeBron James's school is not. It's going to be accredited and kind of basically in line with most other typical charter schools and American schools. When you start trying to come up with your own entirely brand new creation or your own type of curriculum, and you don't have this foundation or backing, just like when they come up with a lot of the charter schools for Jewish schools, they were able to pull that off because there was backing, there were fundraisers, there was a lot of a community of people behind setting up these schools so that they could go through their different learnings pursuant to their religion and their faith and traditions and stuff. Whereas Dr. Umar is trying to do something different by himself. And so I would give him that he's trying to do something that's different, and he's trying to do it mostly on his own. And so that's going to be slightly different than LeBron James. Also, the amount of money, the financial difference, LeBron James could just open the school up by himself. And even if it doesn't have accreditations right off the bat, he could fight through that. Whereas Dr. Umar is not on LeBron James's level. He may have a lot of notoriety, but he's no LeBron James. CK says, here in Canada, we can't even get truth and reconciliation right. We are so divided over truth and reconciliation that it is breaking apart Canadian politics and people. Well, I'll tell you this, don't be fooled. America is a very divided country. We are so divided. And the crazy part about it is whenever something actually happens kind of crazy, then you have all these people come out and say, why are you honestly, let me just be straight. It's always white people who come out, why are they trying to divide us? We are divided. We've been divided. We will probably always be divided. But they try to pretend like there's this unity. There is not this unity in America. Even after 9/11, when everybody was banging, hey, America, America, there was still a division going on. Black people still went back to their predominantly Black neighborhoods, besides the Black people who live sprinkled throughout a bunch of other communities. Most of these white people went back to their own communities. Even when you have the Black people who live in some of these kind of mixed areas where there's Blacks, whites, Asian, Hispanics, people from other countries, gay, straight, atheist, religious. When you have all these mixtures, these people still get up and go over to their church over here, which is going to be a predominantly black church or a predominantly Asian church or predominantly white church. It's still all of these tiny subsections. Yeah, we go to work and we might kind of work together, and then we go home and we spend our lives separate from each other. So there's still this massive division within America that I don't see any way it ever goes away. Living here in LA, I watch people who grew up in the kind of the LA area that they feel uncomfortable going to Orange County because it's a predominantly white area and feel like they're getting looks. And so there's always that division that's just sitting there. You go to New York and how everybody's split throughout those different boroughs. You go to Chicago's extremely segregated. This country is so segregated. And it's just that we will go to work together and in some cases may go to similar schools. Like my school, I was being bussed over to what used to be a predominantly white area that eventually started to become more mixed over the years, probably like a good 20 years, probably 20 years before I was born. It started kind of mixing at that point. And then they were bussing in black kids and Hispanic kids and some Asian kids so that it was a more multicultural school. But the area, most of the people living there, it still was a heavily white area. And that's the problem with many of these places. And I'm pretty sure, let's say, Arkansas was born and raised in, okay. Says, I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I lived on the north side of Milwaukee. I understand. Yeah. That division that we have. And this is a problem which you see throughout America. And going into Canada, I assume also to some degrees. Well, yeah, I know for a fact. I listened on somebody's podcast the other day when they said, oh, we got a little area for the blacks over here. I was like, okay. Well, you said that didn't sound quite right, but okay.
Oh, bye, Jackie.
Oh, you say you spent your summers there. Bye for now. Oh, take care, Jackie. I didn't even see it. So, oh, there it is. Says I gotta go because we have to check out tomorrow. Probably check back in again. Oh, that's right. She was having that problem with her flat. Yeah. Oh well, prayers to you. Hopefully that gets resolved because I know that's a hell of a situation to be in. Yeah, but definitely our prayers and hearts are with you to get sorted out. Yeah, and I love Chicago. I love Chicago, but I definitely understand, Kate, what you're talking about. And you grew up in Milwaukee. I spent some time in that area because I went to boot camp in Great Lakes, so I was up in that Waukegan area. And then Monique says here, my area here in West Covina, California, is mostly Asian and Hispanic. Very, very little white or black, and that's what I'm saying. Throughout America, the division is real. That's the reason why I could never see a reparation situation happening, especially as the black population dwindles. You only have a couple of places that have a heavy black concentration, and then most of the other places, black people are the heavy minority. Hell, perfect example is Southern California. Was it like 10% or something like that? But yeah, speaking of California, let's hop on to my next subject that Till sent this one over to me, and I was just like, what the hell? What the hell? Let me see. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Dang it, did I not send it? Oh, there it is. This one is let me put this on the screen. Because when Till sent me this story, I just shook my head. All I could do is shake my head, especially since I just talked about Orange County. right here. Bond set for 1.14 million for Orange County probation officer accused of leaking arrest warrants to fentanyl ring.
Hey, yo, that shit right there.
Wow.
What the fuck? Did you see how much time they willing to get this bit? This shit is crazy, in my opinion. Like, just looking at how things like really just I don't know. Our justice system is so wild. So wild.
Let's see. Accused of leaking arrest and warrants to fentanyl ring. Warrant affidavit alleges Crystal Lawson used her father's ties to a drug group to access and leak secret court documents more than 100 times. So this woman right here, oh my gosh, I was like,
free my dog. Sorry.
Come on, girl. Says former, oh goodness. And she's a former juvenile probation officer, faced more than 560 years in prison after investigators say she used government database to spy on an active fentanyl trafficking investigation, then leaked secret arrest warrants to the drug group her own father was tied to. In a court appearance on Friday afternoon, her bond was set at $1.14 million. That's $10,000 for each count. Good Lord. Crystal Gaynell Ann Lawson, 32, is charged with 113 felony counts of computer crimes, unauthorized access, and one count of unlawful use of a two-way communication device, according to newly obtained arrest warrant affidavit filed in Orange County 9th Judicial Circuit. Each unauthorized access count carries up to 5 years in prison. Oh, they trying to throw the they trying to throw the book at her.
Yeah, bro.
560 years.
Yes. For some shit that the government do anyway. So, long story short, Cliff Notes. Pretty much this what happened. So, boom. She working in the juvenile department or whatever, and you can see whenever somebody got a warrant out, because obviously you working in probation. You know what I'm saying? So you got to see.
Let me throw in this one correction. I was saying, since we were talking LA, Orange County, I forgot. This is Orange County, Florida. Sorry.
So Shorty is like so she's utilizing the means in which her job functions. We'll just say it that way. So I don't know how she caught wind, but somehow, some way, she caught wind that her daddy's little drug ring or whatever was about to get raided. Okay, so she looks, and now there are secret warrants going on about her peoples, pretty much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Play uncles, you know what I'm saying? Her daddy and them, cousins probably. So her peoples run a fentanyl drug trafficking program, right? So she, utilizing what she had, the means she had, she like, hey, yo, pops, here's a heads up. They finna come in on such and such day and do a sweep. So I don't know what happened between that communication and the sweep itself, but somehow, some way, somebody sent a screenshot. Was like, hey, somebody know we about to do this sweep. Somebody know we got this judge to sign these secret warrants. Somebody know. Then another one came through. You feel me? So now they like, damn, who got the drop on us? That's the feds. Feds is like, yo, who got the drop on us to know we about to drop these, you know what I'm saying, these raids on these people. So the day come and they go to do the raid. Ain't nobody there to get the raid done. So they was like, damn, somebody really snitched on us? And sure fucking enough, they got it back to my girl. And exactly, Shamanique, not even the ketamine queen got this much, bro. And it's crazy to think like, damn, y'all really about to throw the book at this girl for looking out for her peoples. You know what I'm saying? And what about this secret warrant shit? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if you got judges signing secret warrants, ain't that a no-no? I don't know. Neither here nor there for me. But, yeah, man, Crystal about to pull some time. They just out here throwing the book in niggas right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Let me look up some. I'm trying to figure out. Dude, what did El Chapo get?
Shit, not that.
Joaquin El Chapo Guzman is serving a mandatory sentence of life in prison plus 30 years without the possibility of parole. So she's getting a worse sentence than El Chapo.
And he got bodies, y'all. El Chapo got bodies.
Multiple bodies, law enforcement and everything.
Yeah.
He got 10 felony counts. She got 114.
And it's mainly, and they just mad because they just got their feelings hurt. That's what it is. They throwing the book at her because they got their fucking feelings hurt. They feelings is hurt. Boy, y'all mad. Y'all madder than some bitch. For real, for real. That's all it sound like to me. It just sound like y'all mad. Y'all mad Shorty got the drop on y'all and figured it out. Ain't nobody come up dead. She was just looking out for her daddy. Happy Father's Day.
I'm wondering what was the sentence that Popeye got. Let's see. How many years did he get?
Nah, fuck all of that. Trump just pardoned old boy that ran the dark web. Like,
no, I'm talking about no, Popeye was that's John Yair Velasquez Vasquez was one of El Chapo's hitmen.
But that's the point I'm trying to make.
That dude killed. That dude said he literally killed over 300-400 people with his like himself individually, not like a plane of 200 people. Like he's shot and killed, stabbed or whatever, 300-400 people or more. And that dude was able to get out of prison before this woman would.
And that's what I'm saying. She literally just had the drop on the feds, bro, and they're mad. This is a ego thing. They got their ego hurt because at the end of the day, the dude that ran the dark web and brought a shit ton of drugs into the country just got pardoned. What, earlier this year? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me see if I can find his name real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Dark web.
I'm just like, oh, okay. I get what she did, leaking information and probably interfering in an investigation.
Nah, fuck that. Ross Ulbricht literally created the Silk Road on the dark web. Okay? He created the Silk Road on the dark web. If y'all don't know what the Silk Road is, that's the marketplace in which you can get all your drugs from, all the illegal drugs. Trump pardoned that man in January of 2025. Okay?
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about him.
Okay.
Yeah, all you had to do was say the Silk Road on the dark web.
That man got pardoned. That man got pardoned.
This dude was selling everything on there.
Everything. You can get it all.
And in fact, what is that show I was watching? Not either it was Roommate, about the roommates or exes or whatever from Bloomhouse that was on Netflix. And it was showing how this lady was ordering she was ordering some kind of medication literally from that Silk Road on there to try to poison her roommate and take her roommate out so she could have her kid, because she wanted to take her neighbor's kid. I mean, not neighbor. She wanted to take her roommate's kid and raise the kid as if it was her own. And I think the lady had some kind of injury and she was taking care of her for a while, but she started giving her all these different medications that had her bedridden. I don't know, you guys gotta check it out. It's a crazy story, but long story short, she was getting her drugs from that guy basically, along with God knows how many other people. But this
He didn't get
for
500 years. He got a pardon last year. He wasn't even sentenced to that type of time.
nope. And it's crazy to me how many people like, God dang. I get it. If they would have hit her with like, they would hit her with 20 years, 30 years, I'd have been like, ooh. But I would have said, well, look what you did. I mean, you should have knew. When you're in law enforcement and you get caught as a corrupt law enforcement person, I do think that there should be harsher penalties. But at the same time, I wonder if you would have changed a couple of different, demographic markers. In this case, went very differently. I'm not saying that the person wouldn't have got charged,
but
I just don't think they would have been seeing 560 years. That's my issue with all it. That's my issue with a lot of these cases. I mean, going back to the Carmelo Anthony thing. I mean, and on the Carmelo Anthony front, there has been, the tape that's come out, and still from looking at the tape, I can't see much. I mean, there's so much that could be going on in that grainy video that I don't know the whole context of what's going on there. I still stay with the mindset of I believe that Carmelo Anthony is definitely guilty of manslaughter. And I would have had no problem. You wouldn't hear a peep out of me if he got convicted with manslaughter and he got a harsh sentence. But murder? 35 years? That reminds me of the same situation here. Is she guilty? Yes. Should she be doing some time? Yes. Do I think she need do you need to treat her like she's like a serial killer? No, hell no.
Pedophiles don't even get that type of time, bro. Let's just go ahead and call it what it is. Pedophiles don't even get that type of time.
Yeah, this is egregious. That's what I'm saying.
Cause they mad, bro. Once you notice that the government get their ego hurt, it's a wrap, bro.
I think it's. I don't even know if it's that they mad. I think it's like they decided she's the one that we're going to make an example of. Yeah. I'm Ladarius, text me that one real quick, because I'll tie that in with another story that I got talking about that. But yeah, I was just like, let me just bring that story on up real quick. And then next story.
Damn, 565 years.
565
Niggas wanted
years
a
is
slave.
Woo.
What?
That's like if she was immortal, she would be in jail longer than slavery lasted.
Thank you. Slaves weren't even slaves that damn long.
I mean, hell, that's twice as long as America's been a country.
Come on.
That's egregious. That's what I'm saying. So speaking of what was another story that I had one more story that I wanted to get before I start hitting a lot of this international stuff. And that's the story that I want to show y'all.
Talk your shit, Thomas. I feel the same way.
Yeah. Come on, pause. All right, buffer. Pause.
Our news shopper was flying over the warehouse earlier.
Okay. Sorry, let me hop back over, see what Thomas said. Says in my opinion, if Kyle Rittenhouse can get off with self-defense, so should Anthony, who was actually in a situation to protect himself, unlike Kyle, who went looking for the trouble. That's something like Amazing Lucas has been talking about it a lot. It's like Kyle Rittenhouse was cooked up until he went on the stand.
And the white tears, bro.
Them tears came out. They were like, he's just a little kid. We can't. And I think Carmelo should have did the same thing. Honestly, here's another thing. And this is going to sound like really, Marcus? Why would you even say that? Why would you think? I'm just gonna say it anyway. I think if he would have cut his hair, and I'm talking about like not cut it all the way low, like he eventually did, but I'm saying like if it would have been just like a little bob instead of like the twist, I think that made a difference also. I think the bob made him look a little younger. I think cutting it down to like what it was like right after sentencing made him look like a little bit of a grown man, and then shaving it all the way bald like how they had him in intake made him look sick. But I don't know, something about that haircut, it it gives certain types of people this thing of that's kind of a thug haircut. I guarantee you. And I know this sounds like I know this might sound kind of funny, but I'm saying when you walking into people who are judging you on every little thing, and this is life or death. This is you could the difference in you getting 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, every little thing you do needs to be calculated. And you need to try to put yourself in the softest light to these people because they already are looking only with sympathy in one direction. And that's my thing, which I hear with these arguments, all these people who are like, 35 years wasn't enough. He should be going to all these people who are like pro these people who are anti, Anthony as far as the defense is because they can only see sympathy one way. Seeing the video, I'm like, bro, at some point you could have just said, all right, man, F y'all, and walked off. At some point you could have said F y'all and walked away. You didn't have to stick around and wait for these jackasses to attack you. You won. And this is something which I think is maybe a difference in this younger generation too. This younger generation don't really squabble like back in the day. And so it's not going to come to our mindset to jump to a self-defense situation. You know what I'm saying? We probably going to take the chance of fighting this bigger dude. And I think that's one of those generational things. Also, more than honestly, the kids I grew up with, they would have left and they would came back with some friends. Because okay, yeah, you got to punk me while I was by myself. Now do it with my buddies here. I don't know. The reason why I say that the manslaughter, he's not getting out of the manslaughter, not getting away with that, is because there were so many ways that you could handle it differently. And just like, but I do not believe in any way you could say that's premeditated, any way that I think that he wanted his death. As I hear so many of these just idiotic people who just hate the kid. And if it's a brown face, if it's a black face, they're always going to side with prison time guilt. That's always going to be how they side on it. If the situation was reversed, we all know how most of these people were talking. Just like there's no way Kyle Rittenhouse should have walked out of that courthouse with a minimum of manslaughter. There's no way. Minimum manslaughter. There's no way Kyle Rittenhouse should be walking around as a free man right now. Just like Daniel Penny should not be walking around as a free man right now. If that situation, Daniel Penny would have been switched. But let me stop. I'm not going to relitigate this. I'm not going to relitigate it. But in my heart of hearts, I do not believe if this was switched around the Daniel Penny situation, Daniel Penny would be walking around. There's no way I believe if the George Zimmerman situation was flipped around and George Zimmerman was a black guy who shot a white kid, do I think this situation would have went the same way? And I guess this is what I try to put out why I have such a problem with the whole Carmelo Anthony situation is because we all know if the racial dynamics was switched, we all know that the case would have been treated massively different. And all these people who are Carmelo Anthony, yeah, he deserved 35 years. He deserved more. We all know if this was switched around, you would have a different story too, because you're fucking hypocrites out there. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Teal.
No, you said everything is fucking true.
Yeah, but sometimes I just feel like I'm taking up too much room. I'm not letting you get in there.
Y'all already know how I feel about the whole thing. Like it was a bullshit trial. Like I said earlier, happy Father's Day to all the fathers except for his daddy. Real rap. Cause like I feel you sold your son out to the highest slave bidder. Like it's crazy. And Texas at that.
Or is it just that? Are you? Do y'all not understand? This is Texas. How things move in Texas, like
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, this was Texas, bro. Like, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
like there's no way I thought in any shape or form that he was about to get a fair trial. For first thing I would have done is if that lawyer wasn't asking to move the wasn't asking to move the court to a different jurisdiction. Whether you get it or not, that's a different thing. But you at least needed to be asked, "Yo, can we move this because I feel there's bias in this city." If you don't even try for that, I don't think you're trying hard enough.
That's the bank. That's the first step. Like none of man, it was all like railroaded from the jump. Like in
I
my
would say
opinion,
you already know this whole town is known to be a racist town.
and you just like, yeah, we still gonna do the trial here. Like that's insane.
Yep. You know this is a racist town. You know that people are siding with them. You know that this case has gotten into the media, and a lot of people already got their minds made up before this shit already started.
And look at the dynamic of it. It's literally white versus black in Texas. And you're gonna sit here and tell me he gonna get a fair trial? The devil is a liar.
And I know for those who will say it wasn't all white jury, you telling me any of those people who were non-white really was thinking that they were going to give the black kid a fair trial?
Please.
You got to remember, most of these people are in a Trump-heavy district. What way do you think they think on race anyway? I mean, hell, these are the same people, a lot of the black and brown people in that part of Texas who are ready to deport their own family members.
Come on. These are the Latins for fucking Trump already. Let's talk about that part. These are the Latins for Trump.
And seeing what's her name, Ashley Gonzalez, we know how many of them feel about black people in there.
Man, listen.
So miss me with the it wasn't all white, so it might as well have been.
Shit, I ain't gonna hold you. He might even had a mistrial if it was all white.
Yeah, because you might have got that one white liberal that snuck in there.
Yeah. Might have had that one white lady.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, but here's another story that's going on, y'all. Sorry, rough transition, but I saw this. I didn't know this shit was going on. Teal put me on to that this was going on. I was like, what? Then I had to look into it more. I was like, oh, wow, this is a problem. This is a problem going on right here. Luckily, though, at this point now they've gotten a lot of this contained, but this was going on up until like I think they're still fighting it. They've gotten past the really bad stuff, but also you got to ask, what the fuck is going on in California?
Yeah,
like,
bro. What's up with these
seriously.
warehouses?
Our News Shopper 4 was flying over the warehouse earlier this evening as crews were using heavy machinery to tear down the walls of this massive building. At one point, authorities believed the fire was contained to the roof. Tonight, we learned clearly that is not the case. Also new tonight, just hours ago, Governor Newsom declaring a state of emergency in this fire. The governor says 5.5 million N95 masks, commercial air-grade purifiers, and bottled water and other emergency supplies are now headed to Los Angeles. The state also providing enhanced air quality monitoring with so many people smelling and feeling that smoke all across Southern California. We have live team coverage for you here at 11. Meteorologist Stephanie Olmo standing by with a closer look at the air quality. But first, let's get to NBC4's Tracy Leong live tonight at an evacuation shelter in East LA. Tracy.
Yeah, Jonathan, this emergency shelter is about several miles north of the fire. People can come here to gather resources or they can spend the night. And the fire right now, Jonathan, still very active. Firefighters are calling this a very challenging and long-term operation. As crews continue to battle this massive warehouse fire, Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency for LA County, a move aimed at bringing additional resources to help support response and recovery efforts. The 500,000 square foot structure has been burning for nearly 4 days now. Los Angeles City Fire Chief Jamie Moore says crews are working aggressively to attack this fire, which they say originated on the solar panels of the structure. They now have aimed to half the building, making significant progress using helicopters to drop thousands of gallons of water along with fire retardant gel, allowing crews to penetrate the inside of the building. Another major concern is the 85 million pounds of food that was previously frozen is now slowly starting to rot.
There's a lot of meat products in there: chicken, fish, poultry, pork, and beef. That's going to start to spoil. So that's going to create a hazard in itself. So once we get this fire put out, the challenge that we have before us is the removal of all that product.
Emergency shelters have been set up to assist those affected by the fire, which is creating hazardous conditions and poor air quality. Pamela Vallejo and her family came to the shelter at City Terrace Park to escape the dangerous conditions, and she's concerned about the long-term impact to her health.
I am asthmatic, so as my son Michael is asthmatic, and we were able to get treated. They gave us a treatment on site. We are 5 blocks away from the fire, and it's extremely smoky. You cannot go outside. It's just so much smoke, so much smoke. Even though we have our windows closed and the doors closed, you could still smell the smoke. It's very, very smoky in our house as well.
This emergency shelter here at City Terrace Park is just one of 2. The second is Pecan Recreation Center for those who need N95 masks or air purifiers. If they're living near the fire, they can dial 211. Reporting live in East LA, Tracy Lingong, NBC4 News.
Tracy, thank you.
What's that about, Marcus?
Oh, what I canceled?
No, but I'm saying meat place. Oh, meat. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm like, I thought I shut off the autoplay. It was still trying to play again. It's about to have y'all watching welding videos.
Shit, get your trays up. Y'all heard me say that a couple episodes ago. Get your trays up, okay? Be valuable, because what the fuck? So Thomas thinks
I don't know. It's here's another thing though. This is not the first time this has happened to that same plant. With the solar panels catching on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So what it sounds like to me, honestly, knowing how this state runs, even though LA is like a huge metro and people think of LA like this big city, LA runs like a small town. And I know that sounds crazy to think, literally like the biggest metro in the US. It operates like a small town. What I mean is, more than likely, because of the corruption here, you have like probably a handful of people who probably install solar on top of buildings like this. All it takes is for one of these companies that they're grandfathered in, only these handful that can do it, for them to easily go in and do half-ass shitty work. It's very easy for that to happen. And I think that this situation leads to part of the corruption in California more than anything in my eyes. Now, could it be other funny business? It always can. We never can rule that out. But the fact of you've had problems with the solar panels again. Did you guys put in all the proper fail
safes? Did y'all put in all the proper goddamn backups? Did y'all like what is actually happening?
Did y'all
on
put
y'all
like
fucking
proper
roofs?
the proper insulation and fire brick to kind of protect the excessive heat that comes off of, you know, these solar panels? I don't hear them having this problem in Spain where they get all of this, you know, solar power from.
Look,
But if you would have seen the panels, I don't know if they showed it in the video, but for instance, like real context, the ceiling is here. The panel is like right here. It's only like maybe a foot to a foot and a half clearance from the roof. The way the sun beams out here. Oh, what'd you say?
like, why are they even over there? Y'all didn't have like a separate section of the panels, just saying like stand alone. Like
They are literally just on top of the roof.
yeah, nah, that's crazy to me because I've seen so many places that have them off to the side. Like that can't be the only spot for this place to get the best sun to function. You get what I'm saying?
Yup.
Like they could have been off the building as a whole.
And until it's not like a little portion. The whole entire roof is covered in solar panels.
That's what I'm like. That's crazy. That's crazy.
The way it was done, I'm like, okay, why did y'all do it that way?
Because they're lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it was a lazy, shitty job. Maybe you know what I'm saying. And this is what happens. It's gonna bite you back in the ass when you got shitty motherfuckers trying to get. You know what I'm saying. And that's an insurance claim.
So here we go. Wait a minute. Actually, that picture is even better. So let's see if I can put this picture up on the screen so you can see the context of what they look like. Hopefully that's not a video. Don't be a video. It's taking a long time to load, so it must be a video. Dang it. Honestly, I'm not a fan of how Google switched up the way they do their images.
I just don't like how Google switched up a lot of shit, period. Because like you ask it a question,
True.
it goes to AI, and I don't want AI. I just want Google, bitch. I asked you.
Before you put up an image, and if you clicked on that image will pop up for the whole screen.
Yep.
Now, if you pull it up, it pulls up this little block. I'm like, dude, I want this fucking. Never mind. But here, let me show this, and hopefully you guys can tell. Hopefully you guys can tell because I can't get any of these to just go big like I want, or I don't know. Maybe I just don't know how to do it, and apologies on me for that. But you see this right here, Till?
Mm-hmm.
You see how these suckers are sitting
They're not
all the
even
way
angled. Oh, that's
these suckers are almost sitting flat. They're at a slight angle. I would say at most, what is this? Probably like a 15-degree angle.
I was about to say that's less than 30.
Oh yeah, it's definitely less than 30.
That's crazy. And this the whole fucking roof. So
see this one to the left?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 16 panels. 16 grids with. You see these? Probably hundreds of panels within each grid.
It only needed to take 5 of them to be faulty and catch, and then they just caught the rest of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They covered the whole entire roof instead of creating some kind of a platform system to give them, you know, some clearance. You gave it no clearance. You could have cemented that whole rooftop, gave it a clearance. And so only thing would have happened is it would have just been heating up concrete.
Or took a section and made that just designated for them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's wild.
I get what you're saying, like a little side building or something.
Yeah.
And make that just a solar room.
Yes. So that it wouldn't burn the whole fucking building to the ground.
I'm telling you, they don't. I'm telling you, for all these people, like I gotta say this multiple times so it'll drill into people's head. As much as people think of California as this liberal, whatever place, the businesses still run like Republicans. And what I mean by that, when I say they still run things like Republicans, honestly, because most of them are Republicans, but they are going to take shortcuts. They are not going to say, oh, well, I'm going to create a whole new building over there that's going to be safe. Just put them in there, get them in there somehow. Somebody sold them on, hey, this will save you this much energy cost. All right, what's the cheapest way we can get this done? Not the safest way. What's the cheapest way? And therein lies the problem that happens with a lot of this shit out here in California. Everybody thinks that this is this liberal bastion. California is only really liberal on social issues. When it comes down to it, California is as capitalist as any other city here by far. Hell, I would say outside of New York City, California is the most capitalist city in this country.
I second that. I can second that.
And then third would be like San Francisco.
That's still part of Cali, but okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cali as a state is by far the most capitalist part of the United States.
Over Texas?
Oh yeah. The reason why I'll say is because they play this whole, I'm telling you, they care about like, okay, LGBTQ stuff and identity politics. But when it comes down to the business side of it, they're capitalists. These mofos will throw you out on the street corner in a heartbeat.
Obviously, look at the homeless population.
They do not give a damn out here. They will raise your rent every fucking year. They have no qualms about it. They have no qualms about raising prices on you in a heartbeat in any type of way they can.
Gas is crazy.
So if anybody who thinks that California is this liberal bastion, honestly, there's no real such thing as any kind of real leftist city. You have left of center. That's the most you have.
Yeah, Tommy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they are to the core. California is laissez-faire capitalism on steroids, and then socially liberal. The only thing, and the only difference is when you get to the rural areas of different parts of Texas, you're just, economically corporatist, and you're to the right and I guess you're more religious bias and was it Christian conservative as far as your viewpoints. That's the only difference. There is no real left in the United States. That's what I don't think most people understand. Even people who live in this country, like many right wingers, don't realize. You guys don't even know what a real leftist is. You guys have never met a real leftist. Most real leftists don't live in this country.
Hello. Because they got the fuck out because they knew it wasn't gonna work.
Mm-hmm. But let's see, what is my next subject? Because I wanted to bring that. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all this too real quick. The Walmart where I don't know if y'all have heard of it. With that tragic situation which happened with the 1-year-old baby being killed
over some fucking diapers.
Yeah, for those who are not familiar with it,
Ladarius, send us. Oh wait, it's Accord Lord. Hey, Accord Lord.
Mm-hmm. Busy with the kid. Oh well, salute to you.
Happy Father's Day.
Father out there taking care of the kid. Hey, to my cuz too, Ladarius, Thomas, all of y'all. Big salute to the fathers out there. Make sure to throw that out there as much as possible. Salute to the fathers, the good fathers.
Especially this father out in Mississippi who has asked the Hebrew Israelites to back him, as well as the Black Panther Party in Mississippi, the Huey P. Newton Gun Club in Mississippi, all those chapters. They are not playing with this cop.
I'm going to show y'all what they did with this, with the Walmart. I'm gonna show you what they did with this Walmart. Check this shit out.
Boycotted that bitch.
Unity, Marquell Bridges, Building Bridges Coalition. Look what we did, Senatobia. Look what we did, Senatobia. Ain't nobody in the parking lot but the workers. We're going to continue to apply pressure to Walmart. We're going to continue to apply pressure to the police. I need everyone to understand that this, for Senatobia, for the city of Senatobia, this is not one incident. They locked up a 10-year-old boy, arrested him, took him to jail for peeing on the side of the car. I wanna let you know that they brutalized a woman in this very Walmart parking lot, a 60-something, 70-some-year-old black woman. Senatobia police brutalized her in the same parking lot. I want to let you know that Hunter Foster has various racist charges. The officer who killed Cohen Cartier Wiley has several racist allegations from other police officers against him, not average citizen. Other police have complained against him. He's brutalized the community. He put the dog on a black man's neck in DeSoto. That's why he was fired. He has multiple reports of brutalization down here. Ain't nobody in this motherfucking parking lot but the workers. Senatobia, we have to continue to play pressure. We're going to create a day shift and a night shift. Day shift is going to be here in the morning. Night shift, when the people get off, going to be here in the night. We're going to be at the police station. I want to let you know that public pressure worked. After we left Walmart last night, they put the officer on leave. I told y'all in the city hall meeting, they always had the power to do that. They need to fire him without pay. This is what we want. Echo this call. Black love.
So as you see, there are things you can do. And with enough pressure, you can really apply pressure to them and make them acquiesce. They know that officer handled that situation wrongly. You could say, and I heard, I'm gonna throw a shout out to Lucas, Amazing Lucas, because when he said this, I was like, you know what? You got a good point there. When situations go wrong, it's for police officers to handle those situations and de-escalate the situation to get it under control. So when and that's the thing. From as I learned more about the story, she wasn't the one shoplifting. A friend of hers that she was with was shoplifting. She didn't know that her friend was shoplifting. She's walking out to the car. Has no clue what the hell's going on. She's trying to alert them, I have a baby. And that's when the baby was shot. So for those who are like, oh, she thought she could go shoplift and go run to the car and run away and try to run over the cop, she wasn't the one driving. For you thinking she stole some Pampers?
She obviously has a baby, bro. Like
that's the thing. She didn't steal the Pampers.
So you all, but regardless, I'm not saying regardless if she stole them or not, but I'm just saying the price of Pampers compared to a child's life. Like
y'all saying, y'all saying that, and that's the thing. These punk ass cops, you telling me that you couldn't have like got the license tag and showed up to this woman's house a couple of days later? You really felt you had to turn it into a Dirty Harry situation, shoot it out? And that's the problem. These police officers feel like they're in a fucking movie or something. That every situation needs to be handled right at this moment. No. Sometimes let people go. You're so in a situation to pull your gun. And like they said, this situation with this cop is not a first-time situation. He sicked a dog on somebody. He's had brutality complaints. And that's the problem with these officers doing something. And then the officer gets fired because he got fired from a previous police station and then gets rehired somewhere else. Because what it tells them is, oh, I'll get a slap on the wrist and keep moving. When you do that to people, they're just going to escalate. And this escalation led to the death of a 1-year-old child because you have somebody with piss poor, skills on handling tense situations.
But y'all got him carrying a gun.
Yep. That's the problem.
Makes sense. Everybody want to talk about goddamn gun laws and gun this and gun that, da 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 da. These cops don't need guns. They need tasers.
Yeah, honestly.
Drop them niggas back down to tasers, okay? If we gonna get rid of all of them, get rid of the A's first. They need to get dropped down to tasers.
I completely agree with that.
Drop their ass down. If you can't beat a nigga ass, and if that motherfucker take that taser and pull them shits out, I don't think this is the fight for you. I think we need to handle this later.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like at this point, y'all don't know what to do. Y'all don't know how to do y'all job.
Oh, that's the thing. A core lord, they have them. They never use them.
Baby, them shits is decommissioned like shit.
Well, literal billy clubs are, but they can still use the the PR-10 or PK-10 or something like that.
Regardless, they're not using batons at all. They don't ever get moved. They just part of the aesthetic, baby.
Yeah, they never, because they got those. They got those still. They never use that shit,
and they don't use them. Yes,
yeah, they never use those.
They never use the kaleidoscopes. Okay, and it's honestly just part of the cosplay. I've seen more strippers use them and they acts than I seen the cops use them in real life.
What the hell?
I've seen more strippers use them shits and they strip club acts than in real fucking life. Let's really be real. Oh my God.
I just noticed a core lord is not a moderator. How did I allow that to happen? Let me switch over there.
Right. We gonna get you right.
I'm gonna switch over and fix that. Chris H. Also, what am I doing? Don't worry, I'm gonna fix that. I realize I can only do that from my phone. I don't know why, but
hey, of course, I'm not lying, bro. I'm not lying to Court Lord. I've seen more strippers use them. You know what I'm saying? And they little, you know what I'm saying, strip Magic Mike, you know what I'm saying, doohickeys than I've ever seen.
You said Magic Mike doohickeys?
Yeah, I've seen them. Hey, they use them more in their cosplays than they do in real life, baby. I'm trying to tell you. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Yeah, that's what it is. Chris H. The retractable batons.
Let me tell you this one. Let me tell you this story. Allegedly. This is an alleged story. We're just gonna use hypotheticals. So somebody had to go to court this past week because there was an incident in which a 7-Eleven worker was being threatened by a homeless person, and this homeless person said, I'm gonna go get my gun and I'm finna come back here and air this bitch the fuck out. So a concerned citizen heard that, proceeded to pull out their weapon, puts one in the head, drops the rest of the clip, and begins to de-escalate the situation. Okay? How are you telling me that a citizen has more gun awareness and knowledge than a police officer?
Right.
Does that make sense? Because y'all can understand. That lets you know that whomever was holding this gun understood that the one shot that they were going to use was going to be a warning shot, and it was not going to be for lethal. You know what I'm saying? So if you're telling me a citizen can assess the situation enough to know that I'm going to do XYZ, have one in the head, address the situation, let everybody know somebody about to get blickied. What is the difference between that and a police officer? How does a police officer not have that much awareness?
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. And no, that person did not get in trouble for brandishing their weapon. They got commended by the judge by saying good job for trying to de-escalate the situation. But I just don't understand. I'm really not understanding that. And that lets me know, okay, so that means that's 2 black boys dead under the age of 18 in a month, right? Ricky Chan got this one in Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Like, when is it, like, for real? When is this shit gonna end, bro?
I think it's going to keep continuing for some time, unfortunately.
It ain't never gonna stop. It's been going on for 400 plus years. Shit, it's been going along. It's been going on longer than the country been a country. Shit, you just said it. Country only been a country for 250 years, bro. Fuck, this shit getting nasty out here, bro. This shit terrible.
That's the reason why I mean, my mindset is not in like trying to stick around and save this thing. I'm not trying to stick around and save it. No, not me. But you know, hey, good luck to all y'all who want to. Good luck to all y'all who are trying. But it's not gonna be me. Not gonna be me.
And just think about how, you know what I'm saying, the Orange Bandit, the Cheeto in office is trying to give these motherfuckers immunity.
Mm-hmm.
What? Immunity. This shit too much.
Damn. My next star is like, too bad Jackie is not here. I'm gonna throw this in here real quick. Actually, I'm not even gonna put this on this. Screw it. I'll go on ahead and put it on the screen. That way, when she comes back, she'll be able to see it.
This is for you, Jackie.
I know a lot of y'all don't follow.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer could be resigning as soon as Monday.
What the
Damn.
Said Starmer was
Wouldn't it be some shit? That's how you find out you finna get fired. You find out from the BBC News.
I guess it told me it's like, no, you gonna play how I say.
Chris
Hey.
H, I believe so because I got to go back through Project 2025 and I still believe that that's part of Project 2025 is giving the cops immunity.
Well, yeah, they already did that, the qualified immunity thing. That was part of Trump's what was it? His first 100 days of signing all those different things.
Thought so.
What do they call executive orders? Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, that's a part of it. Yeah, this was wanted to back this up. For my people who follow politics across the pond in the UK, and for those who are in the UK who follow.
Shout out, Jackie.
I just thought this was huge news that needs to be shared because I know a lot of people have not liked his punk ass for a while, me included. It's about time. I don't know. I give the UK credit. They've been bouncing their prime ministers out like it ain't nothing.
Hey, ever since they got old boy out with the fucked up hair, they have been rolling through. Yes, they've been rolling through motherfuckers.
Because how they bounce Boris, they bounce Theresa May. I mean, I haven't seen so much turnover like this in a minute.
They got more turnover than Popeye's chicken right now.
I mean, goodness gracious! I remember when it was what was it when Cameron was in there, and a lot of people was like, "Man, this dude need to go," and it was like, "It don't look like he going nowhere." And then when he finally did go, man, it started being turnover. Hey, next. I wish we were bouncing our leaders like that, but let me go on ahead and play it.
We will protect. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer could be resigning as soon as Monday. A report by the Observer newspaper said Starmer was discussing the matter with his wife at his Chequers country residence before making a final decision, but that senior figures from his Labour Party were expecting a clear statement on his future imminently.
Change begins now.
Starmer has become deeply unpopular since leading the centre-left Labour to a landslide election win in 2024. The threat to his position rose sharply on Friday when his rival Andy Burnham won a seat in Parliament that would allow him to launch a formal leadership challenge. On Sunday, Business Minister Peter Kyle shrugged off the speculations over Starmer's exit. He told Sky News that he had nothing to believe that they are true. Kyle said he had had a frank talk with the Prime Minister and said he believed Starmer went into the weekend, quote, working very hard as Prime Minister, as he always does, but also that he was trying to create the space where he can think and reflect on the political realities. In response to the Observer report, a government source said the Prime Minister remained focused on getting on with the job of governing. On Friday, after Burnham's parliamentary win, Starmer called on Labour to stay united, with a by-election now due to replace Burnham as the Mayor of Manchester.
Yo, just for context, I remember I was going through this list, and I've noticed, like, in the past couple of years, like, when I say like they've been bouncing them out of there. All right, let's go back to 1979. Margaret Thatcher was in there 1979 to 1990. She had 11 years conservative government. John Major was in there from 90 to 97, 7 years. So went from 11 to 7 years. Tony Blair, and I don't know why it seemed like Tony Blair was there longer.
I thought he was there for forever.
Tony Blair was there from 97. Oh, okay. I guess he did have some time. 97 to 2007. So he got 10 years. Gordon Brown. I remember Gordon Brown wasn't there long. Gordon Brown was there from 2007 to 2010. Got 3 years. And then David Cameron came. And honestly, how I got put on to David Cameron, because during that time I was listening to a little bit of UK rap, and I was hearing they was always talking about David Cameron's Broken Britain. So he had 2010 to 2016. So he had 6 years.
Okay. Not bad.
Then came Theresa May. 2016, 2019, 3 years. Boris Johnson, 2019, 2022, 3 years. Liz Truss, 2022, 2022.
Hey, 6 months. That bitch, they gave that
6 months out. Rishi Sunak. I can't believe I forgot about Rishi Sunak.
I did not, because I was like, didn't they have like a brown person for a second?
Yeah, I forgot he was Mr. Prim and Proper, and I forgot they bounced his ass out quick.
That man gave his vow.
2024, he got 2 years.
Yeah, because I was about to say he put his hand on the book and was like, "Yeah, I promise not to lie," and it was like, "Yeah, all right, got him up out of there."
Keir Starmer, 2024 to 2026. So they went from the days of Margaret Thatcher getting 11 years, John Major 7 years, Tony Blair 10 years, Gordon Brown 3 years, to David Cameron 6 years, and then 3 years, 6 months, 2 years, 2 years. Yo, we need to take a lesson from them.
If it ain't working, if it's not working, get them up out of there.
When they're getting shitty service, they are getting them out of there. So shout out to the Brits for not playing. They're like, yo, you on that bitch shit? We got something for you. But I remember, like, I forgot, like, Theresa May, it looked good for her. She walked in all strong. And then I remember her it got real shaky under her. It got real shaky. It was the same thing with Bojo also. Went in real strong and then got real weak real fast. And that's how I see with a lot of these British leaders. They start off strong and then go weak real fast. Well, and when the people are done with them, they get done with them.
Boris's hair is what took me out. I was like, yo, I know he going through it. When your hair start looking, you stop giving a fuck about how your hair look. Oh, I know you going through it. Boris was going through it, y'all.
Well, here's what it is, Thomas. Thomas says, aren't PMs usually hard to impeach in the parliament system? The ministers and people in the UK must be serious about corruption. It's not, I want to say it was Boris who had the questions of corruption. It was Theresa May had questions of corruption, and Liz Truss also. It's honestly been more of how their governments work. They have to kind of, how the parliament system works is they have to what is it called? They have to have coalition. They have like coalition government. And so since they have multiple political parties, they have to get a certain amount of support from the center left or the Greens or the Conservatives or Labor Party. And so they have to get this combination of a certain amount of support for these people to be able to hold power. Once they lose that congregation, or they lose that collaboration from some of these other groups, they become weak, and so somebody else moves in and has that power, and then they're able to run against them. So it's not like he got impeached and he's thrown out of office, but without that power, he's not able to properly govern. And so at that point, you kind of, most of them just going ahead and resign because they don't have the power to be able to push through and control things. And I don't know if If I'm not explaining this correctly, please educate me in the chat or after the fact. Please educate me if you're not watching this, and if you're British and you are not watching this live, because I want to make sure that I try to do it justice and be fair the way I understand it. But that's also the same situation in a lot of parliamentary systems. Even in Israel, they got the same kind of system. You have to pull together coalition groups. And once you lose that coalition and that power and they sway to another person, let's say it's the Labor Party. The Labor Party now, whoever their leader is, becomes the person with all the sway, and they're able to veto your whole agenda. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully my memory has served me correct in understanding it, because I always find their system fascinating. And it's always like watching them compared to ours, like they'll say one like kind of little off the wall thing in our system, and they're like, oh, strike that from the record, blah 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 blah. And you watch them there at the House of Lords, and they're like yelling at each other like nonstop. Oh yeah, whatever, and they're like mocking each other. Like it's wild, really watching how their system works. And the whole decorum argument we have is like kind of foolish compared to what I see. I mean, heck, it can be worse. I can't remember which video I was watching. This was, I don't know if it was, it might have been India, where they was throwing elbows and knees, and they were literally fighting in there.
Yeah, I seen that fucking video too. I said, now that's the type of shit that I need to get in with, because like we need people to just get that shit up off of them. Because I feel like if you throw a couple blows in cabinet, like you might feel a little bit better. Not to mention your point might get across. Because like me personally, I've been itching. We'll just throw this out there. Allegedly, I tend to talk to men out the side of my neck sometimes. Is it good? No. Is it productive? 75% of the time. Yes, it is. I just installed floors in my house by my fucking self. So with that being said, I'm gonna need these niggas to kind of pipe the fuck down a little bit when it comes to me, because baby, I can work power tools and mind my business. I don't really need you around if I really need to do something. You feel me? So is that a good way to fucking function? No. But if we get into an argument and I tell you I might slap the taste out your mouth, you might hear my point of view a little harder. You feel me? I'm just saying. Like, if you got to get to violence, that just lets you know how passionate I am about how I want to get this point across. So I just feel that people in cabinet, people in our democracy, whatever the fuck this shit is right now, I just think that if they got to throwing blows, I feel Hedgepeth would have a lot less to talk about if somebody smacked the shit out of him in his mouth. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's where I'm gonna leave it at. You feel me? You know, old boy that was popping his arms. You feel me? Like, I don't like the man, but I respected my man when he came up out that jacket, got to popping his arms like he was Superman that one time. I was like, who is this white man about to go to war? About what? You know,
Mark Wayne.
Yes.
Talking about Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yes. Fucking Mullen is crazy, bro. But at the end of the day, I'd recruit him on my team. I might not like his views. I might have to sit him down and go, hey, tell me a little something before you start smacking the shit out of people. But I'll let that motherfucker Rockwaller go.
I think he'll only do that against certain people, though.
I feel that too.
I don't think he would have ran across there if it was Hakeem Jeffries on the other side or Bowman or somebody.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make. He might be able to pop them arms to Hedgepeth, but he might not be able to do that shit with Bowman. You know what I'm saying? So that lets you know how far that mindset or how far that thought or how far whatever you are backing is going to go.
It's like when Paul Ryan was in office. I don't know if he would have did that against Paul Ryan. I mean, Paul Ryan, I mean, he was skinny, but that dude worked out a lot. He was wiry. He was in real good shape. I don't know if Mark Wayne would have ran up on him.
Instead of us having UFC fights on the lawn,
let's have congressional bouts.
Come on, baby.
I'm with that.
I'm tell you right now, Pelosi, you're going down. Okay, you going down. We seen what happened to your husband, baby.
Hey, you know, you got to make it a fair fight though. Put her against Susan Collins.
True shit. True shit. True
She
shit.
be over there. Oh, Nancy. No, let me stop. That's not right.
Hey, we need to have them like motherfucking on MTV.
And Nancy be like, bring it on, bitch. Hey,
Nancy got the drunken style. You don't even know it. She crouching tiger, drunken white bitch. Yeah. That's Nancy's. Nancy got that drunken master style. You ain't even know. You know?
Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Who you think OC could fight?
Let me answer this real quick. Michael was saying everyone maintains the illusion that the crown has no say for some reason. They do, but they just kind of whisper in people's ear. That's kind of as much as the crown does. They don't really like to get too involved.
The crown is
the moment that they get involved, you will see the collapse of the British crown. Like, especially if they do anything openly. Because they'll be like, the fuck you talking to? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll do this one thing that you say, and then there'll be a vote the next day stripping the crown. Yeah, honestly, I love to watch all them geriatrics throw hands. Honestly, I think what did she call it? The 6 B's? The bleach blonde butch.
Oh, the butch built bad, the blonde butch bad built. God damn it! I almost had it. I almost had the whole of it. Blonde bleach. Blonde bleach bad. It's butch, bad built. Butch bad built. I know that one. Butch bad built because I've been using bad built bitches for a while. That's
bad built body. That's what. Yeah, I guarantee you that she probably winning most of them against the females. Yeah, she probably beat up half the dudes too.
Bleach blonde, bad built, butch
body.
Yes, because King Wallonius, the AI artist that nobody should be listening to, made a song called "Bleach Blonde, Bad Built, Butch Body."
That's who I think probably win most of their bouts.
Oh baby, she gonna be the number 1 contender. That's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? That's the boss mode. Like, you only get to see that one when you made it that far. That's why we need to have, just like NCAA has they fucking, you know what I'm saying, brackets. We need brackets. Everybody get a good bout. You feel me? You win your bout, you go to the next bracket.
So while we still stand across the pond, let me show y'all this. When I saw this, I said, good Lord. Wow, it's getting kind of hectic over there. And we ain't talked about this in a minute.
Oh, is it? Ooh.
You know what I'm bringing up?
I'm hyped. I'm so hyped because I didn't even see it coming.
We ain't talked about this in a minute. And honestly, it's because Trump is taking up so much oxygen in the room that a lot of these stories don't really get out, and you gotta dig hard to get these stories. But I don't know. It's like everybody said, hey, nothing's happening right now. Now's a good time to do shit. Now check this story out here. Let me unmute it real quick. But check this shit out.
Moscow burns. Last night, he meant it. 9 miles from the Kremlin, the sky went black. The Moscow oil refinery, one of Russia's largest, supplying more than a third of the capital's fuel, burning. Russia says its air defenses downed 555 Ukrainian drones overnight, nearly 200 approaching Moscow alone. They stopped most of them, not all. 4 Moscow airports shut down, not because of weather. In the suburbs southeast of Moscow, teenagers grabbed their phones. What they posted, compiled by Russian opposition channel TV Rain, wasn't propaganda. It wasn't defiance. It was something rarer in Russia right now. It was shock, awe, fear. These kids grew up with this war on television. Last night, it moved into the neighborhood. Ukraine called this retaliation. for Russia's missile strike on the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, the ancient monastery complex, the spiritual heart of Orthodox Ukraine. President Zelensky, after arriving in Brussels for talks with NATO ministers and EU leaders, again referred to these Ukrainian attacks on the Russian motherland as sanctions and offered a new maxim. If Ukraine burns, then Moscow will burn as well. Zelensky.
Y'all better stop playing with him.
Y'all don't get more gangster than that.
Y'all better stop playing with me, little black suit, okay? Little black suit ain't come to play. That motherfucker came and was like, okay. Y'all think I'm pussy? Okay, that's cool. He stayed quiet for a while, too. I loved how he did this. I loved how he did it. He was so calm, so quiet with it. That motherfucker was drinking coffee. And he was like, now. Yeah, let's do it now. And blew they shit up. Damn, Putin. What you got to say?
This dude launched close to 600 drones.
Yes.
On Russia. Over 200 to Moscow itself.
And said, what now, bitch? Ooh. Little black suit.
This shit is about to escalate.
Little black suit.
This shit is about to escalate. I mean, I know people thinking, oh, well, Russia is just weaker than we thought.
No. Oh, no, them niggas is psychotic. That's USSR.
We about to see a whole nother phase of this war. I guarantee you that.
Baby, we about to see a whole nother phase to Putin. We about to see really who in his pocket. We about to see who really on his side. We about to see who really want to get active. We about to see some shit we ain't never seen before. We about to see what he got in the arsenal for real. That's gonna make Putin pull the bullshit out. We about to see these motherfuckers on bullshit. Oh, this gonna be a wild summer, y'all. Oh, by the way, today's the first day of the summer solstice. You know what that means? We got longer days, baby. So now we got longer time to play. Longer time to play. And Ukraine
Lord says NATO it says NATO a sad last gasp. It could be that they pumped him up, say, yo, get out there, do what you can do. I don't know. It looks sketchy. Like this is, I don't know if this is the right move.
Man.
Because now he like, oh, okay, cool. Y'all already think I'm a terrorist. Y'all think I'm a Titan. Now let me show you one.
Keep my name out your mouth, y'all.
Y'all already think the worst about Russia. Now let me show you.
You know that nigga do push-ups and drink vodka for breakfast, right? Ooh. You know this nigga wrestle bears just for GP, right? Oh my God. You know this motherfucker got a dog from Japan and trained that motherfucker? Man, listen. Man, listen. I'm ready to see what Putin got under his sleeve because he about to come with the bullshit. I love my little black suit. I really do. I love him to death because I've been feeling some type of way because, you know, they made him out to be like this, you know, superstar pussy or whatever have you. But now he done came correct. I just feel sorry for him because dishonor on you and dishonor on your family, baby. You about to be fucked up.
Yeah. You
about to get fucked up. Did you not hear how he just killed one of his own mans a couple months ago that was supposed to go to court behind him? That motherfucker didn't even make it to court. And you think that's a coinkydink?
Yeah, I just know it's about to get ugly. It's a lot of stuff that's going on right now. So much stuff going on. And I think this is a situation I wanted to bring it up. We haven't talked about this in a minute. So I felt like it was a good time to bring it back up and just talk about it a little bit because this was a crazy attack.
Chris, that nigga Putin in the back doing his motherfucking push-ups, okay? That man doing one finger push-ups with a fucking bottle of vodka on the small of his back, not missing a fucking drop, okay?
Now, I think right now, he probably drinking right now, got his generals holding apples in their hand while he up there.
Man, look, and I hate to tell you this, Marcus.
Who fucked this shit up?
That man ain't even aiming for real, for real. That nigga he's taking shots, putting one hand over one eye and still hitting them shits, okay? Putin is a different breed of motherfucker.
They up there. Sorry. I'm sorry.
It was a flesh wound, bitch. I ain't even hit you for real.
He ain't killing him yet. But he putting a fear of death in them. I guarantee you that.
That man
is probably he probably got them standing barefoot on, on gravel 1 foot for hours or some shit.
Shit, they don't eat the shit. I don't think they doing it by themselves. I put money, Putin doing it with them. He don't give me the vibes that he would just be like, he's not just all the way mean dictator. He on some like, I'm gonna show you how it need to be done. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Accord Lord John Putin Wick. Like,
yeah.
No. John Putin Wick. It's giving John Putin Wick vibes right now.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm like, hey, we about to see something within this next couple of weeks. I don't think it makes it to July without something massive happening in Ukraine. I don't see no way we make it there. And Michael, yeah, every leader has their cult followers. And there's not a leader out here, no matter how good or bad you think he is, that don't got a core support group around him. I mean, just like I was gonna bring it up about Colombia. They have elections right now.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. I'm blanking on his name right now. I'm blanking on his name right now. I know one is Ivan. I think it was Ivan Cepeda, who he is the left wing governor. The other one, I'm blanking on his name. I know he's a Trump back. He's a Trump back right winger. I've been listening to his name. Abelardo de la Esprilla. Esprilla. I don't know. I think it's Esprilla. I don't know. Interesting last name. But I'll just pronounce it. I'll just call him by his first name, Abelardo. He's honestly, he's basically kind of like a Bukele. He's talking about like heavy crackdowns, and he wants to what is he? He wants to build super prisons.
Oh, great.
Yeah, he wants to build super prisons down there. Oh, never mind. The right winger won. Sorry.
Oh no, Chamonix. Thank you for that update. Jesus.
Fudge. I had a feeling like I was listening to Cepeda's speeches, and I could just tell by like looking at the crowd that he had there with him, and the energy was just different.
It just wasn't compelling. He wasn't winning.
No, the energy wasn't the same. Like I'm looking at the amount of supporters who are around him, and he had his supporters, but the support level was not the same. Like, let me see if I can pull up one of his let's see, what was the video? I could pull up one of the videos I watched earlier, and it was him. He's talking about like, I'm trying to remember. I'm here for the security and for the law and for the country, and I'm going to bring that to you. And he was like, and Cepeda was very low energy, and he was like, yeah, I plan to bring reforms, and we're going to deal with the corruption in the country and the crimes, and promise to like work on controlling the violence and bringing in reforms. And it's just a different energy that he had. So let's see, where is my, trying to go to my my history real quick, see if I can pull it up. Or I could just type it in.
That's kind of sad though. We're watching like democracy like crumble in other countries like right before our eyes.
Yeah. So I guess he won. So here is that the one I was watching earlier. Yeah, here we go. So listen to a little bit of his speech. Let's see. Let me pause it for. I guess it is. It's muted. Stop. Stop. All right. So I want you to see the energy that he has in this speech. De la Esprilla. So here we go. Unmute.
Porque es la última tarima como candidato presidencial. La próxima vez que nos veamos, Buda, seré su presidente.
You see how he came at them talking about, I plan to be your next president? I mean, of course, I'm paraphrasing. But you see that energy, that level he's already coming with? Let's listen to a little bit more of his speech.
Aplauso que se oiga en Cali para el próximo vicepresidente de la República.
And he was talking about to the people of Cali. This is, I think that's like their equivalent to vice president. He's introducing.
Señores, buenos días, ¿cómo están? Buenos días. Buenos días. ¿Qué tal, hermano querido? ¿Cómo están? Vengan, que hacemos donde salga Gracias por tu apoyo, hermano. Una revisión de cuentas, una auditoría y voy a denunciar todo lo que se ha robado. ¿Te parece poco el narcotráfico? Te acabo de decir que voy a llegar y que voy a revisar absolutamente todo y que si Petro es solicitado en extradición, como creo que va a pasar.
Boring. The other man had a full-fledged concert.
Yeah, that's him. And let me pull up.
Oh, boy was having a concert.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him?
Yeah, that's him.
That was night and day, bro.
No, I'll show you. I'll show you Cepeda.
And Cepeda's who won, right?
No, Cepeda lost.
Oh.
Here he is.
Cepeda? Oh no, they had to let that young nigga with the whole. That man had a literal EDM show.
Here's the one I watched to him earlier.
Senador Iván, bienvenido, estamos en vivo, senador, bienvenido.
Municipio de su departamento, pero hoy somos Colombia entera. Y a poco, de una manera intestina, todos los líderes de los equipos del fútbol profesional colombiano. Mi doctor, póngale mi presidente. Camiseta de la Mayora, por favor. Mayora, calidad de nuestras familias, con nuestros votos. Ya pasó un tiempo.
Nos pertenece a todas y todos. Y por eso es cierto, no podemos permitir que no la roben.
paraphrasing, basically he's talking about how he's going to stop the drugs. But you see the energy level. I'm saying, look at the crowd. The crowd is not really even I mean, the crowd is more hyped than he is. And that's his wife, right there. But the energy level, I could just look at the crowd, and one crowd is like hyped up, like literally crying for this dude to become the leader. The other one is like, hey, kind of happy for you. And it's like, that's a good way to tell the energy that you have within
polls. Yeah,
you could tell, like, okay, these people are hyped up for him. They're going to the polls to vote for him. These people, yeah, he has a small group of people. Like, notice how he's able to walk around and very little security.
yeah. The other dude had a whole fucking goddamn a goddamn shield.
And that's before the election. He knew that, okay, they're coming at me in types of ways. And I was listening to like his speech right here, and he talked about like he wanted to do reforms, and he was big on trying to help with some of the leftist kind of movements about redistribution, and he was going to try to work on dealing with some of the poverty that was going on in different parts of the the country. And then you had I keep forgetting his name. But you had the now president, who was big on talking about how he's gonna take care of corruption. He's going to be a man of the law. He's gonna crack down on the narcos. He came down with concrete. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Now, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's bullshit or not, he came.
Monique just put in an update, Marcus.
Oh, wait a minute. What is that? Oh, wait a minute. What she say? Hold on.
Monique just wrote.
She says, actually, Marcus, I'm getting last minute info. The guys is trying to steal it. There is nothing officially called yet. I'm getting this from RCN Coracal, Colombia's main TV. Yeah, that I've heard it. I've heard of RCN Coracal. When I was watching El Patrón de Mal. They were doing a lot of interviews, and I know they're if I can compare it, it would be like the equivalent of taking CBS, MSNBC, and Fox News and rolling it into one. That's the equivalent. And so if they're talking about it, that's somebody that I would go to listen, because they're gonna it's going to hit them first, and then it'll start rolling to those other local places, and then next we'll probably hear it on Telemundo or Univision. Those will be probably next.
Hey, Chris H., I'm happy you brought up Candace Owens. Have you heard that she had somebody had tried to say that she died?
Yeah, I heard something weird about that too.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Chamonique, if you can you please make sure to update us any news that comes out on that, if we get a final word on what's going on in that election, because I've definitely been paying attention to it. And I'll disclose, Colombia is one of those places which I've looked at down the road as a possible place that I could move to. I got a long list, and I do know that crime is one of the things that you do have to worry about there, but there's a lot of beautiful things about that country. Well, the country itself, if you don't think of the crime and poverty and stuff like that, it is a beautiful, beautiful country. I mean, the countryside, the mountains, all of that stuff is amazing. It does have some really great people, but it does have, its problems. But I've been definitely watching what's been going on there, and I've been watching a lot of these places for a while. Like, I don't know, I've kind of got like a top 10 on places that I have my eyes on possible future retirement. Brazil kind of has the same kind of situation going on too, but yeah, definitely watching this race and want to follow it. But yeah, you said about Candace Owens. I did hear a weird rumor like that but I don't know. I heard it from Poetic Flacco, but I don't know what's the full full thing with that or not. She went to SBIEF conference in Russia recently, which just corroborates my theory about this Euro-Asianism stuff. What do you mean your theory on Euro-Asianism stuff? Oh, let's see. So, and while we're overseas still, I'll go to one more story in Europe before we start heading our way back, because I got one more international story before we go into, I guess technically two more international stories before we start talking.
Lord, it's so fucking funny. And I thought the same thing. I was like, damn, they didn't update old girl on when they was gonna kill her, and they got her out here with bad information.
Let's see. So let me mute this. Is it mute? Oh, that's the wrong story. Crap. Opening up the wrong stories. Apologies. But this story, I got to give credit to Nico House. Shout out to my boy Nico House. Nico brought on an Albanian reporter and gave a whole lot of information on this story. So I definitely advise going to his channel and checking out the interview he recently did with the Albanian journalist, because I know I heard stuff going on with this whole Kushner and Ivanka thing about trying to buy land in Albania. And then I found out that they're not trying to buy the land. There's some kind of underhanded stuff going on where they're basically trying to give them the land. And this could be in some kind of weird tie-in with Israel. So I definitely wanted to cover this story. There are massive protests right now going on in Albania. And honestly, until like some years back, I didn't really know much about Albania until I worked with an Albanian lady. The only thing I knew is Albania had something to do with what was going on with Bosnia and Kosovo, which I knew a little bit about that, had a little bit of interaction with that personally. Even before the war, we had a bunch of kids from Bosnia and Kosovo who end up being refugee students, I guess, and they ended up coming to Kansas City because Kansas City, for those who don't know, is sister cities with Sarajevo. So that's when I got my first like, oh wow, this is what's going on over there. And many of them, believe it or not, really looked at the United States as heroes for saving them, at least, and getting them out of what was going on with Milosevic. But yeah, here, let me mute up and play some of this.
Është një poezi e shkurtër nga Trilusi, një poet italian. Dhe thotë kështu. Ju lutem, për zemërsi. Qëndroni fort në Europë.
I wouldn't say I'm against the project itself. Of course, we want Albania to be as advanced as possible. We want the best for Albania, but the way things are being done is not okay. There's a lack of transparency, so I would say that's the main reason.
We are part of the protest because we have been subject to some of the most unlawful abuse in the entire Balkans when it comes to misuse of funds and general misuse of democracy and our trust. We believe that most representatives in our country do not represent the people but represent their own interests. Therefore, we feel that it's our duty to come here in front of the Prime Minister today to protest.
So from what I heard in reference to this is it's like sacred land or some shit. And like they not even supposed to be able to like give it out.
No.
And now they're trying to like put in like the clause or some shit, like they can inherit it or some dumbass
Dude,
shit.
they
Like
have
it's sacred.
yeah, they have one that's like their one island. And you ever heard like Thousand Island dressing?
Yeah. Oh, that's where it
Like
come from.
Thousand Island dressing, I guess, gets his name from this place in Albania.
Damn, that's crazy.
And it's kind of crazy. Like they
I
say,
did
like
not
this.
mean to giggle. I'm so sorry. I immediately thought about how the British people are trying to smuggle Hidden Valley Ranch out the country. But go ahead. I'm so sorry.
But like what they were saying is like this place is a place where and it's kind of funny. Like I watched a video where Ivanka Trump is talking about how she discovered this, like her and her husband and some friends, they were out on a yacht and they they were like, oh well, we just kind of we found this island and we were like, oh, this is so cool, and maybe we can go and get the property. And so Jared
Okay,
Kushner and
Christopher
Ivanka,
Columbus.
yeah, exactly, they were like, are you freaking serious? But I guess they've been calling this the flamingo protest or something like that, or flamingo upright. I don't remember the flamingo something, because this place has tons of flamingos all over it, and so that's one of the things it's known for. But they take tourists out there all the time, and this is something that's kind of been like a little home secret for them. Like this is a place they go out to have some fun, relax. And now the Albanian government, which over the last couple of years has become actually I won't say the last couple of years, from the way that the journalist was describing it, is once it kind of pushed out the more of a socialist government that was kind of for the people and all that, it eventually became a government that became very, very corrupt, and it would sell out the interests of the people for the powerful, wealthy. And this is one of those situations where they're kind of taking like a home treasure of Albania and selling it off to the wealthy who want to turn this into fancy, expensive resorts, which they'll be charging the people for. Yeah.
And out of all people, Trump, god damn. He's gonna say, it's got amazing dressing. I discovered the dressing. It's Donald Trump Island dressing.
Well, that's what we're talking about. This is what it harkens back to what I was saying about the level of corruption with the Trump administration, because this is stuff that like this. You got the same dude who is involved with government, negotiations for ceasefires, trying to at the same time broker a deal over here for private land to turn into a resort. Like what? If you're over here doing one thing, how are you partially working in the government? And to this kind of stuff is just unfathomable. Like no other administration would have ever been bold enough to do stuff like this. Is like why it's so, I guess, mind-boggling to me, because our governments have always been corrupt. They've always afforded a certain amount of corruptibility, and what they did is they would just kind of bend the law a little bit, or they would make laws to protect a little bit of corrupt dealings over here. But now with the Trump administration, they just do anything they want to do. Like, it's kind of like the equivalent of a cop, which he's gonna look around first before like knocking you over the head. And like the Trump administration is like, let me drag you out into the middle of the street and then fire a whole clip into your face. That's like the level of corruption difference that I see. It's like before, some of this kind of stuff would be on the low, and then when it got found out, it would hit the news. People are resigning, getting fired, going to jail, and like that just don't happen anymore under Trump. Like they literally, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in the Trump administration literally did kill somebody on camera and get away with it, because that's how far I think the level has gone. Like, to compare the corruption that was going on before Trump is like the equivalent of somebody shoplifting to like somebody now doing armed robbery. You know, this level of corruption and theft is like, I mean, I guarantee you, Trump always wants to put himself next to like former presidents and put himself on that level. I guarantee you, the founding fathers, and I have no love or respect for them, I guarantee you, the founding fathers would have been like, get a rope for this dude.
Dog. 250 years ago, baby, bust out the guillotine, baby.
Yo, Trump's head would have been rolling in one way or another. His whole administration, these dudes would have all been tried for treason. I'm talking about all the way down to Department of Transportation. Like, the whole Trump administration is literally the most treasonous government of all time. They have to be. I mean, they're as bad as, you know, the ancient Roman, you know, leaders who just did anything.
Yeah, this is Nero 2.0. You know that, right?
Yeah. I mean, before they used to have some kind of embarrassment. And they get caught like, oh, I brokered this insider trading for $500,000. Oh crap, that would be a huge scandal. And you lose, and you're going to you possibly get some jail time or fines. Now these dudes are like doing deals for 300 million, getting busted, and oh well, no problem. That's why I'm like, that's why, as corrupt and horrible as like the Obama administration, I'm not even gonna say horrible, because when you got to grade this on a curve, and with Trump in power now, the curve is wow. He literally makes every president before him look legitimate
as hell. Nixon. He's making Nixon look like elementary.
Yo, he is an amateur compared to him.
That ass. He got Nixon out here looking like he was pussy. Like, yo, you was scared to do what I'm doing?
I would honestly, if you were able to bring Nixon back to life, I would vote for Nixon over Trump.
Oh, child.
Do you know Nixon was trying to get us Nixon was actually trying to get us a 4-week work week.
I'm still hoping that. Look, come on. I could use that right about now.
And believe it or not, the Democrats messed it up.
They always fucking up something, bro.
They were trying to get an extra day.
For what? Y'all gonna take it off any fucking way?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've been watching that Albanian thing too, because I was just like, bro, you're not entitled to this land. How do you feel y'all got more power over that piece of land than the people that live there?
In fact, I'm gonna try to pull up Nico's interview, because I for real want y'all to go over there and check out this interview. And if you can, put it in the chat. Marcus sent you. No, I'm just playing. You don't have to do that.
Do it.
But Nico House's interview, I sat there and listened to that at work the other day, and I was like, wow, there's so much information that is not being talked about. In fact, here's a short. Actually, I want to play that. Here's a short from the interview. Let's see. Let me mute this.
Of Zvernets being fans, and Albanians who used to go to the beach there and to go for parking and other things. they were suddenly denied to enter in their ancestral lands. So a company which is called Zvernets Development Authority or something like this, I cannot recall the name, suddenly took over this peninsula and claimed it to be a private property. And we had a major protest happening in Zvernets on May 30th, 2026, when Albanian citizens, environmentalists, and people who had their own properties in this peninsula, they went to protest. But during this protest, the private security, which was hired by the Kushner company, they fought with the locals. They even beat and dragged one of the protesters. So this was the moment, yes, this was the moment when we had a massive explosion in Albania. Albanians, they went out in every city, every town, protesting and rejecting the sellout. And then what happened is that in May 2026, a few weeks ago, we have the peninsula of Zvernets being fenced. And Albanians who used to go to the beach there and to go for parking and other things, they were suddenly denied to enter in their ancestral lands. So a company which is called Zvernets Development Authority or something like this, I cannot recall the name, suddenly took over this peninsula and claimed it to be a private property. And we had a major protest happening in Zvernets on May 30th, 2026, when Albanian citizens, environmentalists, and people who had their own properties in this peninsula, they went to protest. But during this protest, the private security, which was hired by the Kushner company, they fought with the locals. They even beat and dragged one of the protesters. So this was the moment, yes, this was the moment when we had a massive explosion in Albania. Albanians, they went out in every city, every town, protesting and rejecting the sellout. And then what happened is that in May 2026, a few weeks ago, we have the peninsula of Zvernets being fenced. And Albanians who used to go to the beach there and to go for parking and other things, they were suddenly denied to enter in their ancestral lands. So a company which is called Zvernets Development Authority or something like this, I cannot recall the name, suddenly took over this peninsula and claimed it to be a private property. And we had a major protest happening in Zvernets on May 30th, 2026, when Albanian citizens, environmentalists, and people who had their own properties in this peninsula, they went to protest. But during this protest, the private security, which was hired by the Kushner company, they fought with the locals. They even beat and...
Oh, sorry, I let that play again. But here, I want to show you guys, and actually, let me back it up to Nico's channel, because let me show where it is, because it wasn't that long ago when he was talking. Yeah, well, what I did, I was hopping over to try to find that video, and here I found the video. I found PBS coverage of it. They had that video. I watched this too. Hold on a sec.
White sand beaches, blue waters, flora, and fauna. The island of Sazan is a jewel in the...
So here, let me skip ahead. I can show you the protest where they were dragging. There it is, where they're dragging the guy.
People out here want to speak out against corruption in their government, but there's also a sense of disappointment with Albania's biggest ally, America, and the way members of Donald Trump's family are treating this country.
This is the video that sparked the uprising people are now calling the Fourth Way Revolution. Private security guards violently detain an activist protesting against a luxury development in a protected nature preserve that is a home for the iconic pink bird. It's a luxury development that U.S. President Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner are backing. In 2024, Kushner shared these renderings of the lavish proposal on his Instagram account.
You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it.
But the plans didn't generate a lot of international attention until recently, when Ivanka made an appearance on a podcast that angered the citizens of this economically struggling Balkan nation.
Not only the island, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other, beautiful white sand beaches.
But those white sand beaches are on protected land, and the island, it's not private. It is in fact public property. The couple's attempts to appropriate it have elicited much anger here, but Ivanka's claims that she accidentally stumbled upon it have generated even more eye rolls.
What? Covered the Iceland, the island belongs to us.
How did it make you feel when you saw her talking about the island?
I was mad because the island is ours, not hers.
It's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it.
She discovered the island, right? Yeah. That was very funny. And the sad at the same time. Well, we have only one island. Yeah. And I'm a tour guide and I go into that island like 60 times per year. Yeah. I wanna go another 60 times more. We need it, it's ours. We don't.
Yeah, so that's what's going on over there.
They found it. Oh my god.
They found it, yeah. She's Christopher fucking Columbus. Ivanka Columbus now.
Jesus Christ.
And so that's what they're doing over there. They're basically, you know, doing some underhanded deals to get this protected, you know, public land, this Albanian's land. And it's protected on multiple rights. It's protected because it's ancestral lands. It's protected because of the wildlife that lives there, including the flamingos. And also, there are Albanians who own property on that land. And they're just trying to unhanded like take the shit.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's disgusting, but I just wanted to, you know, the story caught my attention when I heard the journalist talking about this, and I wanted to go more in on it. So definitely, if you want to check out this story, this is from PBS. A look at the Albanian island where Kushner Trump resort plan has sparked outrage. And then the other one was the interview that Nico had. I can't remember the journalist's name right now. But yeah, definitely look into what's going on there because it is messed up. And we need to be, you know, I know at least as far as this channel, we try to bring as much attention to these stories because we care about all the issues that are going on around the world, you know.
We care about injustice and when Trump and they fuck niggas doing fuck nigga shit. We definitely care about that.
You damn right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You never hear about any other fucking president's family doing no shit.
Just
like
doing shit. Yeah, look, I know we don't like them all the way over, but you don't never see Barack out here just stealing land. You don't see Barack. Y'all wouldn't even let that nigga do no shit like that.
Hell no, they wouldn't.
You didn't see Kennedy doing no shit like. Well, he couldn't. He got popped. Never mind.
But Carter literally sold his peanut farm that had been in his family for generations because he didn't want the appearance of doing anything underhanded. And people have the nerve to still look at Carter as one of the worst presidents. Like,
he is not. He's one of the coolest and nicest. Like, honestly, in my opinion.
I mean, he didn't do everything right, but
none of them do.
But I mean, the dude had a good heart and was trying to do the right thing.
The Carter lived to be 100 for a reason. Okay. Just gonna throw that out there. Carter lived to be 100 for a reason, baby. Might not like everything that he did, but that man lived to be 100.
Yeah. So our next international story, I don't know what's happening with some of this stuff going on, but here, I want you guys to check this
God
one
damn it, Accord Lord. Damn it. Shit. Well, damn, I didn't know that. But I mean, not to be like, that's not nice or whatever, but he did live in Hawaii at one point in time. Marcus is right.
The difference I would say with that is that this situation in Albania is way worse. Albania has this one precious island, and they're coming in to take this one island, and it's done underhanded. Whereas the Hawaii situation, Hawaii has been selling off parts of Hawaii for the longest.
And he like low-key lived there, like
yeah. I mean, he is from there. I mean,
I get what you're saying, though. Of course, I'm not knocking what you're saying at all, whatsoever, because I know, buying people's indigenous land is a no-no. Like, slap on your hand, like you need to cut that shit out. But
another caveat you got to put in is Hawaii got made a part of the United States a long time ago, so it's not the same as going into like Polynesia and doing it.
Not to mention these bitch ass motherfuckers talking about we found it, bitch. Oh my god, that boiled that grind my gears, that jammed my Glock, that marched my mellow, that pissed me off. We found it.
Yeah.
All right.
But ethically, it's still on the same. Ethically for me, it still is the same billionaires going in buying up, these properties. I don't like when they do it in Hawaii. I don't like when they do it in the Philippines. I don't like when they do it in Puerto Rico. So I damn sure don't like it here in Albania. I think it's more egregious in Albania. But it's slightly different. But I feel what you're saying. Billionaires buying up, indigenous lands, and even the fact that they're not buying all of the lands, and there's still plenty of precious lands that they're not purchasing. They're making it unaffordable in Hawaii for Hawaiians to live there.
Yeah,
and that's messed up because that's the same thing that's happening in Puerto Rico too.
Yeah, and Albania.
And that's the same thing they want to do to Cuba. So that's the reason why little Marco wants it in that country so badly.
I'm just waiting for them to do it to Haiti. I really am.
Trust me, Haiti is on that list.
It's on the list. I know it is.
Because or what they might do first before they do Haiti, they might start sliding into the DR.
Baby, if they haven't already.
Well, they already got hooks in there, but once they start, they already got hooks in there, but once they really start making a power play, it won't be long before they cross that border. I think that they're just waiting for the situation to de-escalate as far as the violence. Because they still worry, we buy some land over there, we could have some of them come over here and bust some head open. You still got to worry about that over there in Haiti, whereas they don't have to worry about that in these other places nearly as much. Well, Accord Lord, that's why we're trying to do what we do here, to try to take that from 98 to hopefully 97. I'm just playing. But I mean, we all can hopefully just try to educate ourselves. That's the reason why I love so much for having anybody who's coming from any of these other countries. When we have like Dingo in here, and we got Jackie in here, and we got Kate who's giving us a perspective of from Canada. And I love it when we have Autris in here. Autris is moved to Mexico. So it does help having these different viewpoints and keeping us alert to what are going on in these other parts of the world. And I love it more than anything that we have, this in our audience, and hope that it only expands.
Oh my God, Dominique, don't say that.
They're trying to. That's part of another reason why this Albania thing is so bad, because they're doing a full court press in many places. They're doing this in Cyprus. They're doing this in parts of Southeast Asia. I heard Russell Dobler from Due Dissonance talking about this, that he was seeing it firsthand while he's been traveling. That's also what you start seeing in certain parts of Mexico. The only reason why attention is starting to be brought to it, because what's going on in Gaza right now. And since that's been so alarmed, people were, hey, wait a minute. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing over here? I don't know the inside joke, so I won't repeat it. But yeah, I just know that he has definitely been, over there. Really? I see you there de la Tora. Wow. I did not know that. Wow. That's interesting.
That's unfortunate.
And for those who don't understand what that means, just in translation, it means the city of the Torah.
Yeah, I was about to say that's unfortunate as hell.
Wow.
How
bold to put that name on it like that too.
Yeah. What is it? What major city is that next to Chamonix?
Yeah, if you could say, where is that near?
Yeah. I'm just nosy. I just want to know, like, is it next to like
I wonder. In fact, I can probably look it up and see.
Chamonix on it. Thank you, Chamonix.
Oh,
I'm nosy as fuck. Cause like, if I go visit again, I'm gonna be like, what the hell? And like, is it gonna be like some old Orthodox? Good job, Lord. We can't put that on the screen, but I'm glad.
No, I can't put that on the screen. But wow, that's wow.
Not it's gonna be on the menu with like La Lingua, carne asada. That. They got resorts there yet? How they making money?
Nah, you ain't got to chill, Lord. You ain't got to chill at all.
Oh no, that shit was good because I can honestly already see like it's next to it's like lingua, carne asada. That.
Oh, lingua's gross. I'm sorry. Speaking for me, I'm not messing with it.
I don't like it. What's cheek? What's the cheek part?
What's cheek part?
Yeah, what's beef cheek? Yeah, see, I knew it. Hot Springs. Yeah, I knew they had some type of fucking
of course.
Some specialty.
I knew wherever it was gonna be, it was gonna have to be in some place that's really nice. That's something that's a unique part. It's got to be towards some beaches, some hot springs, some kind of like very special part, some very special town that people have probably left mostly untouched.
Of course.
And somehow they came in and twisted somebody's arm or found that one corrupt dude who can, hey, nobody's looking here. Y'all can just start sliding up in there. And then they rushed the people in there before anybody could really get wind of how bad the situation was going. And the next thing you know, they had that shit locked and they had it owned.
Jersey Shore.
And I wouldn't, you know what? Let me stop. I was gonna say, what if they got that pushed through because a certain favoritism that they might have at this point now, having a certain president.
Yes. And yes.
Yep. And I hate that anywhere I see that, Chamonix. Anywhere. I don't care what country I see, with the wealthy people coming in and pushing people out. I hate that. That's the reason why I've been thinking more about like the expat stuff. I've been thinking, why not go to a country like Panama or something that is.
Why not go to Argentina, bitch?
Huh? I'll never go to Argentina.
No, I'm talking about them.
Oh, they're going there too? That's what I'm saying. They're doing a full court press. they got like easily like 15 different cities that they've been like moving their people into simultaneously. And they're building these little enclaves everywhere. And the reason why we're hearing about it because how upfront and how rude and how nasty they've been while they've been doing it. It ain't been like, you know, some simple Mormons who kind of sit back in the background and maybe they go knock on your door. Would you like to hear about Jesus Christ? Okay, never mind then. Okay, have a nice day. No, they're not doing that. They're going into places and then they're creating restaurants and bars and making it only for them in your country. And then, you know, forcefully telling people, my money props up your cities. It's just being real dickheads about everything. But let's see. Let me show you guys that other video that's going on. Which this is another tragic situation that I saw. Not that one. Where is it at? But an investigation nonetheless that I think needs to get to the bottom of what the heck is happening in some of these places. It jogged my memory when you brought up Haiti and I brought up the DR. But check this out, y'all.
Is underway in the Dominican Republic to find the cause of that deadly resort fire. Aerial images, look at that, show that massive blaze sweeping through the Viva Windham Dominicus resort there in Bayaibe. Emergency crews racing in as tourists fled to safety. It took at least 15 fire crews hours to get the fire under control. The Ministry of Tourism told ABC News nearly 1,700 people had to be evacuated from that resort, including more than 170 children. And of course, one woman died, 46-year-old Francesca Valentino of Italy. Italian newspapers reporting that she was a mother of two. At least 3 others remain hospitalized. And this morning, an urgent...
But yeah, I just want to talk. I don't know if you guys even heard about that story. It's like ridiculous how many people.
That's sad as fuck.
Yeah. And I'm like, wow, that didn't hit the news nowhere.
Hell no.
Which, yeah, Accor Lord and Michael, yeah, I do know about that. I remember hearing that once in his one of his shows, and it made me raise an eyebrow. I'll just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. And then what else? So, because I see we're getting later in the show, so I need to speed up just a little bit more. Boom, 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 boom. So, I guess I will show. Let me pull this up. I guess let me just pull up a sample of one of these videos so you guys will know what we're talking about. These videos of these Europeans reacting to America and how stunned they are. So this is from another Lewis Reacts is another channel I follow, but this one I'm going to share with you is from this one is from Europeans React, and I'm just going to share a little bit of the video. I believe that they are from Portugal. But just check this out. For those who haven't seen this, Europeans have been coming here for the World Cup
and losing their motherfucking
losing their minds. So here, let's play a little bit of this.
Biggest culture shock ever.
Okay, show them.
Okay, this is the first one. But before we go into that, say hello to our friends.
Hi, guys.
Our friends, thank you so much for all the support. We really appreciate that. That's it, Sarah. Ask them for the most important thing.
Guys, leave a like, thumbs up.
And if they subscribe,
you make our day.
That's right. By the way, nowadays you can also hype a video. Helps a lot. Please do it. And let's go, Sarah.
Let's go.
This hi. Hi, bonjour. Hi.
Bonjour, my friend.
Hey, my friend.
Don't have any guns in France.
No guns.
But if you did that in France, you would get shot.
The problem with America, you guys are too welcoming.
That's why.
Suspicious. As a French person, I'm used to a specific relationship with my government. They hate me, I hate them, and we burn a garbage in the street to communicate.
That's right. That's right. That sounds right also.
I hate them, and we burn a garbage in the street to communicate.
There aren't any guns. I walk around the street and it is perfectly safe. I thought people would be dying in the street like there was a civil war.
What the hell? Come on.
The crazy thing is, most Europeans think that, if you say someone here, I'm coming to America next month, the person will think there is a 50% of chance that we'll get shot.
Yeah, just because guns are allowed.
Yeah, because guns are legal, they think everyone is shooting.
Yeah.
It's insane,
It is.
But Americans love guns. That part is not. That part is real. There is more guns than people, so
Okay.
But
they know how to use it.
yeah, for sure.
Police go.
I thought people would be dying in the street like there was a civil war.
Yeah, right.
We need to talk.
Oh, we saw this one. Well, let's get again. This is so good. My friends, if you are seeing this one for the first time, trust me, this is the best clip online.
It is.
About l'Amérique.
L'Amérique.
As French, we need to stop saying Vive la France and start saying Vive l'Amérique.
Yeah.
This place is incroyable. C'est incroyable.
Incroyable.
I just had Texas barbecue for the first time in my life.
Yeah.
Better.
That gets me every time. Because there is no words to describe Texas barbecue. The perfect word, actually, expression is. Sorry, but that gets me every time.
For the first time in my life.
Yeah.
Better than any moment in my life. And I am married and have 2 kids.
Okay.
But in France, you have des crêpes, les petits pains au chocolat, les croissants. I give my left croissant for a Texas brisket.
Oh, yeah.
Introduced him to
100%.
cups. So show me your drink. Check out that. I've
got
a
huge cup.
But what is that?
Is it a drink?
How many
Pretty
liters
big.
is that? Oh, I don't know. Probably a gallon.
Something I
Maybe a
deeply love
soda.
with the
Could be. Something I deeply love with the American mindset as a French person. Okay.
Okay, let's
Americans
see.
is their mindset of we don't care, do whatever you want.
True.
If you want to
Yeah.
dress a certain way, go for it. If you want to start a project, go for it. If you want to pass a car on the right, you can
On
do
the
it.
right.
And it's something that
Yeah, it's weird. I know.
I don't remember.
No, I drove in Texas, and it's people do that.
Okay.
I don't know the law, the rule that well. To be fair, I was applying European rules there, but yeah, people.
So yeah, I stopped it there because that's just a little sample of what it is of some of these people, how excited they are. And I'll share a little bit more of it. I believe that this couple, I believe that they have went to America once. I also had to stop it because Texas barbecue is straight, but go try Kansas City, and I guarantee you, you'll have you rethinking things if you think Texas is that impressive. Just of course, Kansas City. I gotta say that. Actually, no. It's not just because I'm from Kansas City, but the difference is Texas focuses on this or that. We make sure every process has to be great. In Texas, you can get by with some weak ass barbecue sauce, or you can get by with, oh, you just seasoned it good, but you didn't have the best cut of meat. Or you can get by with one of the ingredients missing from, oh, you cook a great brisket, but you can't cook none of the other stuff. Nah, KC, your ribs better be good. Beef, and pork, your pulled pork, your sausage. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track, but I'm saying is every aspect need to be right, and your sauce better be good too. Exactly. He said, Marcus, 100 Texas. Texas is booty cheeks. I hate living in Washington or barbecue. Yes, Texas style is one way. KC is another. I agree. All of them have their differences, but my only problem I don't like much with North Carolina is it's a little too sweet for me. Whereas in KC, just alone, you have over 80 different barbecue chains in Kansas City alone. So you can have a place which I like. One place I'll go ahead and name drop, Zarda. They barbecue is not that great in KC, and their sauce is even worse. The sauce is horrendous. I don't even know how they call themselves a barbecue spot, but like what is it? Joe?
H is
239.
Bad. We talk about booty cheeks. We talk about some booty cheeks. I'm gonna tell you right now. I got my brother to stop eating milkshakes because I let him know this past weekend that natural vanilla flavoring, if it's not coming from like Madagascar and vanilla beans or actual vanilla beans at all, when you see natural vanilla flavoring, it is literally beaver anal gland.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's booty,
yeah,
it's booty, it's beaver booty. What did I call it? I said it's booty beaver butt, and my brother was like, "What?" And I had to explain to him what booty beaver butt was. So yeah, anytime you eat Breyer's ice cream and it ain't got them little dots in it, booty beaver butt cheeks. We don't like it.
Oh, Michael, if you think you said algorithmic gaming is annoying, that's not what I'm doing here. I'm showing this for a purpose. So just follow along and don't get too ahead of yourself. I have been watching these videos on my own personally, and so I have interest in this. I care about this subject, and I want to show. I'm just trying to show some video of like what these people think. The title of the vid. Well, it's a popular title right now. Honestly, their whole channel is about this is what they do. They react to this type of stuff. There's a whole community of Europeans who they are so in love with our food, and this is their whole channel. So it'd be one thing if they were like doing something else. Oh, okay, all right, but
no, booty cheeks is cool. I like booty cheeks. I like going to see booty cheeks. I like booty cheeks shook on me, but beaver booty cheeks, not no bueno. I don't like beaver booty butt cheeks.
Yeah, so I wanted to go with this. So this is one. And so they went into a couple of different things. Actually, I'll let them finish where they are, and then I'll move on to another one because I want to show kind of a reoccurring theme, which you'll notice with these videos. And I can understand this might be innocent how they're coming about it.
Okay,
everything is a lot.
That personally is helping me to heal.
In the US, as a French person, feels like entering a parallel dimension where everyone is loud, everything is fried, and you can legally own a flamethrower but not drink before 21.
Americans are well, when you put things that way, it's a bit weird. Okay, this guy again.
Completely baffled by how much Europeans are suddenly loving the United States.
Yeah.
If you enjoy positive culture shocks, please hit that subscribe button now.
Do it for us.
While America gets heavy criticism, immigrants consider it
That's sugar.
Sorry, this is 1 year of sugar. Wait, you can actually buy that. Sorry for pausing here, but that's crazy.
It is.
What the?
True blessing
I'm actually
to raise
crazy.
families here. One Portuguese resident proudly flies the American flag daily. Visitors are...
Wait. We have the flag. Is he talking about us?
That is ironic that he said that because they are Portuguese and they fly the American flag. But let me stop that one and hop over to another video because I don't think that they're doing is wrong. I'm not trying to fault them for what they're doing. And I think that they don't know any better. It's the same comparison of if we go over to a lot of these foreign countries and we only talk about the good things that we saw and oh my God, we didn't know this was that way. and now we're glazing this place on a very limited sample of what we've learned about this. And this is my guy Lewis Reacts, and I do watch a lot of his stuff because for me it's just entertaining to watch. Wow, these people are like really geeked up about our stuff. Like it's almost a little shocking, some of the things, and then it makes you think like, what is the food like in your country? And for context, like I do understand why a lot of these British people are like that. I've been to the UK, and I'm not trying to throw shade, but outside of having fish and chips and like shepherd's pie, I found a lot of it not very impressive. Like
I went to Paris,
even the
and was
fast
fucking
food.
disappointed. I was fucking disappointed as fuck when I went to Paris. The macarons were ass. The rest of the food was ass. I was so fucking sad. And like being a chef and understanding, like we're supposed to be understanding that these are the founders of culinary arts.
Yeah.
Trash. Fucking trash, bro. France was trash. I can see why they're fucking losing their goddamn minds over here. Because, bro, we flavor shit.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't understand, and I'm gonna die on this fucking hill. I don't understand how these fucking Europeans got into it on the Silk Road over these fucking spices, and they don't use them. How you got them?
Yeah.
You don't use them.
Yeah. Now Chama, that's one different. And what you notice is, and I'll tell you, I'll name the groups that you see of the Europeans who have been reacting to the food. It's been mostly British, it's been Irish, it's been Scottish, it's been people from New Zealand. Some of it has been people from Japan, and Korea. That's been the majority of people groups, and the French. Sorry, I missed the French. Well, you'll see some like Germans and Dutch. If you notice, majority of them all fall within groups of people who do not really season their foods. The Italians, like I saw Chamonix says she wants to go to Italy. The Italians season their food. That it'll be very flavorful. I lived in Italy for a couple of years, and I'll stand by that. When I went to Greece, their food was really good also.
Germans know how to season their food. I don't know what you're talking about. Germans know how to do it.
Some of them sausages be bland as hell.
Cabbage on point. German.
The cabbage, yeah, I'll give them cabbage, but a lot of the stuff,
curry ketchup.
I and just if you even see their preparation, like, but here, let me give my guy Lewis, because he's like his reactions just crack me up so much, because every single time he sees stuff, and he's just recently come to the United States and he plans more trips. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up moving to the US one day. But I'll show you this, because I don't know, for somebody, for American who does have criticism of America, the right wing in this country gives the impression that if you criticize this country in any way, that if you talk about the problems of this country, that you hate this country. I just feel like most of us have a complicated relationship with this country. And, you know, I guess that's the best way to say it. So here, let me play this and be quiet for a minute.
Oh my God, beaver tail sounds oh my God.
Europeans tremble after experiencing America. Absolutely insane. A lot of Europeans are in America right now for the World Cup, and I'm hearing that a lot of them are being shocked at what America really is, and they're surprised and they're getting overwhelmed. So yeah, we're going to be checking out a whole bunch of videos over the next month or two of these Europeans experiencing America. So really excited for that. Excited to get to this one and see what we got here. Before we do, appreciate you.
So yeah, let me skip ahead.
Any moment in my life, and I am married and have 2 kids. Oh, but in France you have.
I hope the wife and the kids are watching this video, man.
Les crêpes, les petits pains au chocolat, les croissants. I give my life croissant.
I think he just says he will give his life for American food and get rid of the croissants. He might get killed.
No, he said he'll give his left croissant. He said he'll give his left
nut.
His left nut. That's what he's saying, Louis.
Which sounds like a very American way to say it too. I don't know. I just be feeling like these are paid actors, but go ahead, go off.
Yeah, I'm trying to skip past him and skip to one of these other ones.
That's way more than anything. It makes sense.
This type of roast beef. Oh, that looks so good. It looks so juicy. I'm not getting all that, obviously. Wait, I'm getting all of that? Wait, what? She's joking. No, she must be joking. No way, what? I get all of that? Oh my goodness, wow. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Welcome to Texas. Is this a normal size?
No kidding!
It is. Is this Texas?
That's a normal size!
Style?
That's what I'm saying. His reactions are so entertaining to me, and it cracks me up because he literally looks like a kid in a candy store. Like he is so. I think poor Lewis probably need to stay in the UK. He'll probably come over here and die of heart disease after 10 years being here. But I wanted to show that for context and like the reason why I know that this is real because I've been overseas. I've seen what these people eat. I've lived over there going through these European countries for years. And their food is not good. Even the fast food, even when you go to the fast food, you're like, okay, I'm going to a McDonald's over here. McDonald's should be like, honestly, actually, that's a bad example. McDonald's over there is actually better than our McDonald's. Our McDonald's has become a little trash. But you go to a KFC over there, you go to any of the other ones, they don't stand up at all. And even like they'll have a Costco over there, but their Costco is not the size of ours. And what a lot of these Europeans don't understand is the reason why America is so much different and so much of a viewpoint than what they have is because America is so much larger than the countries that they live in. And so you have a wide variety of good all the way to a huge floor of bad. And even though I do watch these, it's entertaining. It also shows me different places to go and visit. But what I wanted to react to this, why I wanted to show this so much is because I feel like with so many of these Europeans watching these videos, it's giving them a false impression of the United States still in a different way. Yes, they've in their head seen the toxic and bad food that we have. They've seen stuff that, oh, well, they eat stuff that's banned over here. True. Some of our stuff is not good for you at all. A lot of our food's not good for you. Even the stuff that's not filled with toxins and crap. It's not good for you to eat in the portion sizes that we offer. But one of the other things that I wanted to say, even before I start talking some of the negative things that I feel these videos are not encapsulating, in order for you to do what these Europeans that you are seeing in these videos are doing, and this is what I'm saying to the average European or average foreigner who's watching these videos and thinking, oh my God, I need to save all my money and go on a trip to America. You better save a whole lot of money because the people who are doing this in these trips, you're not factoring in how much a plane ticket costs to get over here, how much a hotel, because you're not going to like these random little towns. More than likely, you're going to go to DC, you're going to go to New York, you're going to go to LA, you're going to go to Miami, you're going to go to the big name cities that everybody hears about, maybe a Chicago. You're going to go to these places, Atlanta. These places are not cheap places to go to. And more than likely, you're going to have to pay for that hotel. That you got the plane ticket, you got the hotel room, you got a rental car if you do, or if it's not rental car, that's a lot of Ubering with flex rates, which I don't know if they're used to having flex rates. Another thing, oh yeah, New Orleans is another city. Another thing they're not factoring in is go out to eat 3 times in that day. And for the chat, who I know most of you guys are Americans, how much money for those who don't know, and they end up and they're reading this chat also, how much money are you looking at dropping to fly from these other countries to the hotel room to in fact, how much are you paying for these World Cup tickets? These ones who are flying over for a World Cup. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you come to America and you have money, yeah, you can have a great time.
And we're gonna take every last dime, baby.
Yeah, and America will take every last dime. It's the same way as if we had a lot of money and we go to your countries, I'm pretty sure we can have an outstanding, amazing time also. A core Lord said it right. You throwing down for all that, you paying at least 10K easy. You want to fly over here and the game and the hotel and the rental car and all of these different things that you want to go to. It's going to cost you some money. And the videos which you see of these Europeans who they're going to New York, then they're going to Miami, then they're going to Louisiana, then they're going to New Mexico,
Can we
then
just
they're
talk about
going
the
to
fact that
Colorado.
these Europeans have any like skin tone to them as well?
Oh, that's another thing that some of
Because
them have been
I
finding
really
out.
want to talk about the fact that we only letting certain Europeans come in our country.
Well, if they meet certain criteria, like like
they got
you
they got
do.
the race, they be having the race tan card at the fucking TSA. They be putting it up against your cheek and trying to make sure you ain't 2 shades too dark.
Well, what they check is to see, are you a natural born Brit? It's like you can be black and be British, but if you are,
They've also been checking social media posts, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
well, yeah, that too. But if you are like a black Brit who moved from Senegal, that's a whole different ball game now. You can't be an immigrant to the UK and think you won't even get the same, like, coming into this country that that a black Brit will get. And
That's
a true fact.
That's something I really wanted to talk about, because they've been watching, like they will monitor your social media, see what posts you have said, what posts you have liked, what things that you've gone with. If you said anything about your government or our government, you're not coming. If you are an immigrant to the country that you're coming from, you're not coming.
Yeah.
If you have had any dealings with someone that might have even just hiccup the wrong fucking verb, you're not coming. I think you even have to be employed at home so that you have to go back home.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, perfect example. You Till brought that up. So for the players, even this isn't just like I think it was the Swiss team. The Swiss team, one of their players, I believe, is from like Senegal. Do you know how much of how hard it was for him to get into the country to play in the game?
And he there for work.
Yeah, and he's part of the team, been a part of the team for years. So imagine trying to be to come to America.
To play. To work. Pretty much all he needs is a working visa. And they still was like, nah.
Camera getting crooked. So even then, there's another one. You got a whole team that's in the World Cup who has to fly out every night. The Iranians have to fly back to Mexico every night. So they fly into the country, practice for a couple of hours, play a game, and then they got to fly right back a couple of hours after the game.
It's insane.
That is how we're treating this country who we're negotiating with right now. And ICE has already put out, do not overstay your visas.
Oh yeah, they've been letting you know that
every country.
Every country.
Do not at all. to go into that whole I'm trying to remember where it was, and it makes a difference which country in Africa which you're coming from. It actually makes a difference in general which you're from. As far as passports, because I just watched this video earlier today. Do you guys know that America is number 10 in visa and passports? It's not considered the best. It's considered number 10. It's still considered a 5-star passport. The country, if you want to know what number 1 was, number 1 is Singapore. Singapore is the top passport that you can have in the world. But countries like South Africa is like, I think, a 3 or 3.5, something like that. Other countries like Ethiopia or Eritrea and stuff, they're below Iraq. They're below Iran. Iran is considered like a 1.5 star. Like Palestine is considered like a 0.5 star.
That's so sad.
It tells you like how many countries you can go to. Like America, I think it's like 179 countries or whatever that it's open to go to. Some of these countries only have like 12 countries they can go to.
And then you got to get a passport from a different country to go to a different country.
Right. But like I saw this one lady who was British. Her husband is from South Africa.
I'll be right back, Marcus.
Okay. What her husband has to do to come to this country, he has to have at least $20,000 saved up. He has to be able to show his employment record and worked in the UK for so many years. He has to also provide the list of his family members and all of in his country that he was born in. There's like so many different things that he has to do, like checklists he has to do just to be able to fly to the United States. I mean, it's mind-boggling how much stuff like some other countries, whether they be in Asia, Africa, or we'll just say the global South. There's so many different checklists of things that people have to do just to be able to get out of those countries. Now that we've talked about a lot of the wealth that you would need to just be able to make these trips. And so the people which you're seeing, either they are kind of doing somewhat well off in the countries that they're from, or they've saved up for this for a very long time, or they might have literally taken out loans to get over here. Because just mind you, this is not cheap. So I wanted to make sure to reiterate that, because I don't want people watching all these European React videos who are outside of the country to think that they're going to just be able to come over here and do that. Another thing that I would like to, and I know the American audience is already going to know this, but the thing you got to understand is that if you ate these American foods, especially at the portion sizes we have on a regular basis, and you lived in America, you'll probably die from heart disease at a much earlier age. Yeah, some of the food is tastier, but the amount of high blood pressure. Americans, one of the top things that Americans die of is food-related illnesses. Our food kills us over here. So, yeah, it might taste great, but you need to eat that sparingly, and you need to be, within bounds. Another misconception that Europeans see when they look over here is they think all Americans are out of shape. That's not necessarily true. You'll have certain Americans which are the most fit people you've ever seen in your life, that are out jogging and walking and doing stuff all the time. And you will see some of the most unhealthy people who are 500, 600 pounds easy. That's another thing. Europeans, if you came over here, America's healthcare system is horrendous. So whereas if you were eating some of these foods, some of the protections that could be another reason why some of these Europeans have a little bit of extra money to come over here and spend, because they're not paying as much out to the healthcare system that we pay out. We pay out so much living as an American in America that it does make it hard for you to get outside of doing, get outside and visit all these other things, visit all these other places. I've seen Europeans talk about how Americans are not intelligent because they don't know about this place and that place and that place. Whereas a lot of Europeans don't understand that the United States, each state is the size of countries. So literally, our one country is basically 50 countries in one. And then that's not to mention the commonwealths we have also. You can drive all the way through the UK, the whole entire country, and there are states here that you can't drive through in that time. Hell, Texas is almost the size of basically like Western Europe, and they don't understand that. They think, oh, well, I'll just get out here and start walking around everywhere. The infrastructure for the United States is not set up for walking. It's set up for driving a car. Also, if you did decide you're going to get to downtown and start walking around, a lot of these downtown cities are still designed for a car. There's not anything that is openly ready for you to just walk into. Another thing is, I've heard Europeans talk about, ice and air conditioning. I don't think you guys understand how hot it is, how hot it gets in some of these places in the United States. I just watched a video the other day. I think this was in Arizona. It just had 3 people die of the heat. 109 degrees. Now, I'm not sure exactly what that would translate into in what Celsius. Actually, let me look it up. So if a European is watching this, that they'll get the context of how hot that is. Let's see, 109 Fahrenheit to Celsius. So that would be the equivalent of 42.778 Celsius. Another thing which Europeans don't understand about this country is America is a country which race is one of the foremost things that comes first in this country. Race is hugely important. That's the reason race is so much of an impact in this country that Americans, once they leave this country, the PTSD they have from racism that they've experienced or their ancestors have experienced affect the way that they move around in other countries. The same thing with the healthcare system. That's the reason why if an American like faints in another country and they hear an ambulance coming, they will freak the hell out because of how expensive those things are in this country. And I don't think that that's something that the Europeans who are, I don't think the Europeans who are commenting and thinking about how great all this stuff is factor in. I got a couple other videos that I want to share with you all, just in case our European friends are watching, because these are things, if you lived in America, not just visiting, actually, some of this stuff you do got to worry about, even if you're just visiting, because there are crazy things that happen that you have no control over. I know in that first video we watched, they were talking about, oh, well, they think that, you got a 50-50 shot of being, of being shot in the United States. And that's not quite exactly the case, but you still have the possibility of violence happening to you. And it's not to a 50-50 number, but here, let me show you guys this video that happened. And this is in Kansas City. Sad to say it. I hate that my city has to be one of them, which is showing some of the negativity of what can happen being a tourist in America. But here, check this video out.
22-year-old man suspected of shooting as many as 5 victims, killing 1, continues. Shots fired on highways and a Kansas City street. I'm John Holt.
I'm Bria Love, and tonight we're hearing from an Argentina fan who was on his way to the game on Tuesday when his Uber driver was wounded by gunfire. And what police say so far appears to be a random shooting spree. We do have team coverage for you tonight. Fox 4's Juneteeth Ketz has the latest on where the search for the gunman stands.
But we begin with Fox 4's Malik Jackson live at the sports complex, who spoke with a fan who had just arrived in Kansas City. Malik.
Yeah, John, he was headed to the sports complex in Arrowhead Stadium. He got to Kansas City from Miami about 5:30 in the afternoon on Tuesday. My photojournalist is going to pan right now. They were about to pass this exit 3C right here at I-70 in Prospect, headed to Arrowhead when everything changed.
A car passes by super fast, and we hear these two boom, boom noises, and the Uber driver start screaming that he was hit and telling us that he was hit. We didn't understand what he meant.
That's Alejandro Berbari, an Argentinian fan from Miami, recounting the moments his Uber driver was shot as he, his wife, and their friends headed to Arrowhead on Tuesday to watch Argentina's first match against Algeria.
I start looking over his shoulder and realize he has 2 bullet holes in the legs and start bleeding. So I grab the phone, I start calling 911.
He wasted no time. You heard there calling 911 before he took baby wipes out of the center console and began putting them on the driver's wounds. The Uber driver was shot twice in the leg, bleeding, and his only hope were these visitors who were scared and didn't know what would happen next.
I mean, we didn't know who was shooting, if he was shooting. We didn't know what was going on. We were scared that the shoot came from across the street.
The suspect, 22-year-old Oscar Sanchez Munoz, is still on the run as of Thursday afternoon, and there is currently a manhunt for him that involves several law enforcement agencies. If you see him, you're asked to call police immediately. Berbari is grateful that he, his wife,
Well, that's just one incident that you got to worry about here. The gun violence thing is a real thing. And I watched another video of a Brit who he's covering. I don't know. I could tell watching the video early that this woman was one of them like racist kind of people who's like, oh, these people who they always want to, they always want to hate on America. And she's one of those people which, like I said before, there are great things about America. There are things that plenty of us love about America, but it's anybody who's truly honest and is going to have to understand it. America has a complicated history. There are things that are going on in America that, you just can't sit there and try to ignore and put your head in the sand and only focus on the good. Every country has their problems. America is doing plenty of things around the world that we're not proud of, that we're not happy with. And many other countries are not happy with us. That's part of why they have a negative viewpoint of America. And to live in this exceptionalism mindset and ignore all that is part of why more people don't like us. But that's just one of the videos that I wanted to share to show this is something. Now, what would have happened if those 2 shots would have landed further back? It probably would have hit one of those tourists. That means that just because it hit him, and the thing about it is, this is a spree. This guy is just going around just spraying on anybody. He's not checking to see if they're American. He's not checking to see if they're foreign. He's just spraying. He's just shooting at anybody. I don't know if it's a mental issue this guy has, or if he's shooting at people for a certain car that he thinks he knows. Maybe it's a mistaken identity type thing. I don't know what it is. We do have a mental health crisis within this country. So I don't know why this guy was doing what he's doing. But don't think because you see these videos and they're like, I walked around America, I'm not seeing any guns or any problems. Also, what part of America are you in? You got to remember, we're a massive country. You're walking around New York, New Jersey, you're not going to see nobody just brandishing firearms. You're in LA, you're not going to see anybody brandishing firearms. Hell, there's games in Florida. You're not going to see it there either. You wouldn't even see it in Georgia because those two states, out of all of these World Cup cities in America, they're concealed states. The only place where you might actually see somebody walking around with a gun is in Kansas City, because Kansas is an open carry state. You might literally be sitting there with somebody who has an AR-15 strapped over their back at Denny's. That's not out of the ordinary. To see people walking around with a gun on their hip like it's the Wild Wild West, that's not uncommon. To see shotguns hanging up in the rack of somebody's truck, that's not uncommon. So this whole, oh my God, we've been lied to about America. Not on everything. You can make a turn on the wrong street and run into a real big problem in America, especially in some of these major cities that you're going to. And I'm honestly surprised we haven't had more cases. I do know that some of these tourists, I believe my mom told me about a bus getting burned in New York. A bus for World Cup tourists got burned in New York during the whole while the Knicks were up there celebrating, their championship. Which one thing I'll never understand is people will talk about Black Lives Matter. Oh, they have protests and riots, but nobody's complaining whenever somebody wins an NBA championship or a college football tournament and they start tearing up the city. Then I don't know. Is it me? Am I the one that's tripping? Oh, I'm sorry. I went on a tangent. Till, did you want to hop in and say anything?
To wrap up on the food thing, no longer gonna have blue and brown M&Ms in your M&M bag because America can't have those dyes no more, and it's too expensive for spirulina to be added as a dye alternative, and it clogs up the funnels for it. So no more blue and brown M&Ms. And as far as, what I'm saying, seeing one-sided, tourism, I mean, shit. It's the 250th anniversary of fucking America. There's way too many motherfuckers in goddamn Virginia right now. And I'm just waiting for them to actually see how we get down. I mean, it look good. Sound good. Yeah, until y'all really know how we get down, might want to pipe down a little bit.
Yeah, it's one thing when you visit a place. You can visit any place and it seems great.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, I tell people all the time, like when I visited Dubai, you know what I'm saying? It looked good until you start talking to the locals. And like, for instance, like I tell people all the time, like I went to the mall by myself. So like I got my own taxi and stuff like that and set that up. And the taxi driver even was like, I'll wait for you till you get back out. And I was like, oh, that's sweet. And like when he was taking me back, he was telling me about how like, the Africans don't get treated right. And how just because I'm darker, you know what I'm saying? I don't look like I'm from Dubai or any, surrounding country. That's the main reason why he stayed. I'm a woman, one, and I'm by myself, two, and then I don't look like I belong. So,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? So he was making sure I made it to and from safely just on account of like they treat the Africans crazy out there. You know what I'm saying? They're damn near indentured servants, when you get out there. So just because you visiting a country, it can look good. Like I'm telling you, to me, Dubai looks like it's like the streets are covered in gold. Like that place looks amazing. The lights look good. There's no crime for real. It's quiet. You can walk on the streets till 4-5 o'clock in the morning, not be bothered. You know what I'm saying? But like the underbelly of that motherfucker is completely different than what they show you.
Oh yeah.
And I need people to understand, like, nigga, we polished the turd before y'all got here.
Yeah.
Stay here,
especially in LA.
Yeah, stay here until after the World Cup is gone. Okay, come here on a normal Tuesday.
Yeah, wait till that police presence drops.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I did. I saw tons of dusty Ferraris and dusty Lambos and dusty Bugattis and dusty Rolls Royces. Like it was I actually have a picture that I wrote my name, you know what I'm saying, on a dusty car, and I took a picture of it. You feel me? Like it was crazy to be in Dubai.
You see
Crazy.
what Chris H said? Said Western nations had to force Saudi Arabia to abolish slavery in the 1960s. The Western nations had to.
Yes. And they still found a way to do it on the sneak.
Mm-hmm. Here, I got one more video I want to put out there for you. Because here's another thing also. Let it be a situation where a crime is happening and they just happen to be there. It's easy to run out real fast and accidentally get shot by one of our cops. So there's some of these things about America that I don't think they understand. Either I saw a video where they were driving by these multi-million-dollar houses and were like, oh my God, that house costs how much? And it's like, I don't think people understand like the cost of living difference. They think that Americans make so much money, but they don't understand how much stuff costs in this country and how many people live below that poverty line. So just because you might hear somebody make this amount of money, how much of that money is going to keeping a roof over their head? How much of that is going towards a car, a job? And then how much money is left over after that? How many of those people are struggling to keep their lights on and are struggling to not be homeless in the next moment? That's something that a lot of these tourists don't understand. And you're not going to see that living here. When they go to Texas and stuff like that, or just a lot of these southern places where you need to run the AC 24/7. They don't know what a $400, $500 electric bill looks like, or even higher in some cases. I've been hearing about ones in Alabama where people are paying $800-900, and a lot of them aren't making that kind of good money in Alabama. So just wanted to put that out there. But this video right here is showing soccer fans in frenzy after Mexico's win, and this is out here in LA. Mexico played Korea. And I just want y'all to check this video out.
Our newsroom, a huge World Cup celebration in Koreatown, ending with fights, shots fired, and a citywide tactical alert. A UPS truck overtaken, trampled. Thousands of people packed watch parties for Mexico's 1-0 win over South Korea. But as the night went on, police say things got out of hand. Eyewitness News reporter Abigail Velez live at LAPD's Olympic Division near Koreatown. Abigail.
Well, hey, Mark, it was really fun until it wasn't. We left K-Town about an hour ago for our own safety. That's why we're here at this police station, because things definitely got out of hand. I've never seen anything like that before, which is so unfortunate, because all day we were talking about community and friendships in this unique way that Mexicans and
Stop the cap. I don't even really say that term, but hey, woman, stop. You ain't never seen it like that in LA. Come on.
Stop the cab. Stop the cab. Y'all know
you didn't definitely seen it get like that. You have not lived in this city your whole life and haven't seen it act crazy before. You telling me on all that? Literally, I hear fireworks almost every other day here because somebody's celebrating something out here. Oh, the Dodgers won, or the Lakers won, or it's not even a championship game. It's just a regular game on a Tuesday night. I have cars, just like how you saw that car flying down the street. Cars do that all the time up and down my street. In which there's another case, which I'm not going to show that video, but a young kid was working. He got a security job at SoFi for the World Cup. Got hit by a drunk driver and killed.
Dang.
I mean, the good thing about it is it brought awareness to organ donating, because he donated his organs, and it brought up awareness that like how many times, especially young black people, or just black people in general, need certain donors, but they actually need an African American donor. and how many black people don't donate their organs. And so
Hell no.
yeah, well, I know why, because and the reason why I'm actually, I won't even say it. Till, why don't most black people donate their organs?
Can they steal our shit any goddamn way?
That, and many of us have a fear that if we're, right on the edge of death, that they might just stop trying.
Yeah, they're gonna cut us quick.
They're like, hey, let them die. We get the organs. So many of us are like, I'm not putting myself as on them motherfuckers to let me die. But that's a whole nother other thing which these tourists don't understand about the racism that's throughout our whole entire system. And many of them don't live in a society that race is the number one thing that's factored into everything in this country. And so when they come into this country, they don't understand these things. And I guarantee you, some of those black Brits and black Danish and stuff like that, I guarantee you they're probably getting a rude awakening over here because they're probably not used to dealing with those kind of things face to face. But in most of the cities, you have less of a chance running into that. It's the mid-sized cities and the small towns is where you got to really worry. Let it continue.
Koreans consider each other family, but as the celebrations grew, so did the problems. It was an eventful night in Koreatown, to say the least. Thousands of people packed Seoul International Park in Koreatown Wednesday night to watch Mexico take on South Korea in the World Cup.
It's all love and it's all community, and I love how everyone's here together. May the best carne asada win.
For most of the night, fans said the best part wasn't the game itself.
Both sides cheering for each other. I think that's cool to see.
In a neighborhood where both Korean and Mexican communities have deep roots, people showed up to celebrate together.
I think we have mutual respect for one another, and I think that has really brought both Mexicans and Koreans together.
And there was plenty to celebrate. Mexico beat South Korea 1-0. But as the night went on and the crowd grew, things started to change.
Let's go! Calm down!
The fights weren't the only problem. LAPD says a man was shot in the leg after someone was firing in the air. One person was taken into custody. Then thousands of people spilled onto Olympic Boulevard. Bars filled to capacity. Police eventually shut down part of the street and formed a skirmish line to control the crowd. By 9 p.m., about an hour after the match ended, LAPD had issued a citywide tactical alert. Meanwhile, downtown, families gathered at La Plaza del Cultura y Artes, a reminder that for most fans, this night was about community just as much as soccer. Yeah, well, LAPD says they've obviously received a lot of disturbance and assault calls. We don't have the specific numbers on those quite yet, but I do want to remind everyone that there still are people out and about. So if you can behave, please do so. If not, just go home. But the focal point of today should be community and this unique way that all of us came together. So que viva Mexico and viva Korea as well. For now, reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Abigail Vick.
So yeah, just wanted to put that out there. Just on cue, sirens right outside.
Right on time.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there and show a little bit of what the heck is going on out here. And how they try to show that this unity between Mexicans and Koreans. Sure. I believe it.
Shit.
But yeah, I that's on that note. I will leave it there. But I definitely wanted to show that and show that hey, everything is not, not as smooth as you think. Now, I'm not telling people to think America is the worst, horrifying place to ever go to and don't go and visit America, but don't come over to America and really just think that oh, it's the most peaceful place and you don't have to worry about anything. In America, anything can happen to you, good or bad. There's that one guy who he's traveling all over, and because he got so his videos hit millions of views on X, he's gotten onto the radio, and JJ Watt is sending him jerseys, and he's getting tour of all these different places. You can have that happen to you, and you can come to America and literally have the worst day of your life or the last day of your life. You know, America, you can come here and you have the ability to become multi-millionaire, billionaire even. And you have the possibility for everything to go wrong. That's the thing about America. I don't know if that's necessarily good. I don't know if I'm telling you what's bad, but anything and everything can happen, good or bad, to you in America. So just always keep that in context, that America's not this great, perfect heaven that you're going to walk into. And you can come over here with no intentions of doing anything bad, and bad can still happen to you over here. So I just wanted to cover that subject in general, because I don't want people to come to America with their guards down, get ripped off, get mugged, get robbed. All that can happen to you, especially with some of the World Cup being in New York and New Jersey. They definitely prey on foreigners more than anything in places like that.
And it be foreigners doing it.
Mm-hmm. Other foreigners will prey on you. So I just wanted to put that out, you know. I just wanted to put that out there that, hey, America has its great things and America has its terrible things also about it. And I'm not going to be like some of these other Americans who will sit there and just pretend, you know, America is just like the American dream is all. The American dream for a lot of people doesn't exist.
The American dream don't even exist for the Americans. Okay, let's talk about
Chamonix says, what dimension am I in that I crossed the Twilight Zone? You know what I've noticed something, and I'm gonna call you when we get off, Till, and I'm gonna mention it. I don't want to say it while the algorithm is listening. But yeah, that's all I have here. I mean, yeah, you can find the craziest people in America. You got to remember, the more people you have, the more possibilities of what type of person you can run into. So when you go into some of these cities, which these World Cup fans who are coming into like LA, for instance, LA's metro is like 18 million people. The probability of you running into a crazy ass person is higher than a lot of other places. So I just wanted to put that out here that, hey, don't come into America with your guard down. And also don't come into America and think because these people had this great time that you'll have a great time. I'm not saying you will have a terrible time. But also, I noticed some of these videos. I watched a girl. She was so happy showing a video about people playing bagpipes at 6:30 in the morning and how patriotic, and oh, she loved it. This girl also takes trips to Scotland, you know, yearly, which that should tell you something as an American. If you got the money to fly to Scotland every year, for her to be happy about that. And I wondered, if that would have been switched and it would have been a Brazilian playing their traditional music at 6:30 in the morning, would she have loved that as much? Pretty sure you guys all know the answers to that, but we'll leave it at that. We will leave it at that. On that note, good luck to all you guys who are watching the World Cup. Hopefully you all have a great time while you're over here in America, and hopefully you have a safe time while you're over here in America. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. Hopefully you guys have a great and safe time. Make it back safely, and I just wish the best for everybody.
Yeah. See y'all next week, y'all.
All right. And this has been the Political Matrix. We out.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.